Hello, 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 everybody. Did you miss me? I missed you. It's so good to see you all again. How y'all doing out there, huh? Looking after each other? Let me just make sure everything's actually working, because I broke some stuff. There we go. I was trying to set up Restream, and I need to stop trying to set up shit just before I do streaming, because the amount of things that I have broken in the last 20 minutes, just before I got to stream. That is really loud. Might bring that down a bit. But yeah, hello! Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Maybe looking after each other. So, I have some news. I had the best time last night. Like, holy shit. I got to go to the launch event for the new player handbook. So, like, first and foremost, secondly, I got to meet some amazing people. I'm so excited to sort of talk about it and talk with everybody about it. Just making sure everything is working. Yep. Okay. Oh god, that's bright. Okay, yeah, okay, so it is working, everything is clear, but yeah, I hope you guys are ready to listen to me bitch about stuff, because while I really like a lot of, that is still so loud in my ears, while I like a lot of the new additions, hello, Coastal! Yes, okay, so, I went to the launch event, right? And I had to learn, I basically got to go through the player handbook before I went there. And the way I learn shit is to take notes, because I'm a researcher. This is what I did for like 6 years. So, the night before the event, when I got a chance to have a look at it, I have a 29-page cheat sheet of all the changes, at least for the classes, species, and like rule changes, not all the glossary stuff yet, but yeah, 29-page cheat sheet. Interested in whether you think we should use it for campaign 2 or not? Okay. I'm gonna give you like just straight up my total opinion. If your players are little shits, don't. If your players will work with you and help you change things that are broken, yes. Because a lot of what this new update seems to bring is a lot of, it kind of both shifts the balance more in favor of the players, which is not bad, I'm okay with that. But it also, how do I put this? It is broken in a lot of ways. Like, for instance, the new barbarian subclass. I bitched about this all last night. It was so funny. Like, I cannot tell you the ridiculousness of the moment of being in this room of like 30, 40 people. About 10 of which, so we had about 30 guests. No, we had about 35 guests and about 10, 15 DMs. Plus some really, like, some of my personal idols that were there, and I got to talk with them. Not important. The important thing is, I was talking with the DMs, and I walked in, and I slammed the notes down, and one of the other DMs looks up at me and goes, "You need to bitch about something." Yes! Hit me. The new barbarian subclass is something called Path of the World Tree, which I immediately loved the flavor of. Like, I am all about Norse mythology, I'm all about the, you know, the whole Yggdrasil being important to D&D. However, this barbarian is fucking broken. Let me just tell you what this one can do. Hold on. I wrote these notes, I'm going to talk about it, sorry. Okay. So, this class is all about channeling the World Tree to keep allies safe and your enemies close. Early on, the World Tree Barb protection comes from granting hit points to your allies on every round, thanks to Vitality of the Tree, which is an ability, or giving yourself Vitality. This is level 3, I believe. So Vitality Surge or Life-Giving Force is a thing that you can do. Later on, you can then use branches to keep your enemies close or yank your friends out of danger. That's fine. But the enemies close, if you yank them close, they drop to 0 speed. Which is already like, okay, cool, but, you know, the Barbarian kind of needed something to keep people in range and to get people in range. I'm cool with that. So, the things where this starts to get a bit broken is that any heavy or versatile weapon, so this is about 6th level, any heavy or versatile weapon is extended by 10 feet, making it 15 feet, unless it already had breach, which makes it 20 feet. They also gain the topple and push masteries in this state, and this hyperextension is technically only during your turn, but not contingent on you being in range. You just have that. And, to continue where it gets fucking bullshit, at level 14, you can just straight up teleport 60 feet as a bonus while you're raging. Once per turn, you can teleport yourself and up to 6 willing companions 150 feet. Like, first and foremost, 60 feet is a ridiculous amount of movement for any class to have. Monks have it in their ability to move that fast, and that fine. You can use this as a bonus action to activate your rage. Like, what? And second of all, Arcane Gate, right? Arcane Gate, which I think is like a 5th level spell? 5th or 6th level spell? Yeah, so that does what the Barbarian can do. And wizards don't get that for a long fucking time. Barbarians can just do it every turn. Whenever they want. As long as they can see where they're going, they can teleport the entire team. And use that to activate rage. So, to break it down, what you have is a Barbarian with 20 foot range, taking half damage from everything, has the ability to drop enemy speeds to 0, and can teleport up to 60 feet. Oh, and can give all your allies temporary HP. What the fuck am I supposed to do against that as a TM? Like, they were already impossible to kill! You get to that point, you can't kill those motherfuckers! And not that I necessarily want to kill the Barbarian, although part of me kind of does sometimes when I have certain campaigns where someone is just alive through everything, particularly when I went to Generation Games and I ran my Mecha Spider encounter. What the fuck am I supposed to do? They were level 9? I couldn't down them with a thing that did double breathed weapon damage and could take a legendary action every turn. I couldn't down shit. And now, not only can they close distance better than most classes, they can fucking teleport and just, I don't know what I'm going to do against that. But here's the thing. I think it's broken. I don't think it's a bad thing that it's broken. I think there's room for it to grow and to change, and I think a lot of DMs are going to alter that a bit. But, like, never have I seen anything so blatantly on the side of the players as opposed to the DM. Not that the DM and players are on different sides. That was a lot of rambling. What I mean is, while D&D is a collaborative game, there are parts of that game where you're putting challenges up against your players and you want them to feel challenged. You want them to feel like they just get through an encounter. They just barely scrape through. Because that creates drama. That creates tension. That creates, oh my god, I think my character could die. You know? That's... I know that's not for everyone, but that's one of the things I really enjoy about D&D, is that moment where you bond so tightly with this character that you've never seen. That they exist entirely in your mind, in the minds of your friends. And you are so invested in them that you are, like, on the edge of your seat whether or not they survive. You are not going to get that with this Barbarian. You won't. You don't even have to play optimally to do that. That's just base level kind of thing. So there are a lot of small changes like that kind of, again, swing it very much in terms of player survivability. And while that does lead to a lot of like good things, like you or DM can now throw heavier things at them, it's also a fucking challenge. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to put more thought into all your encounters, fine. Whatever. But it's gonna be a big thing. Like, I was discussing this with my brother earlier, and I kind of came to the conclusion that the difference between this version and the last version of D&D is very simply, this version is created for people new to D&D. The old one wasn't necessarily. The old one was combined new to D&D, but also had its roots in the old D&D. This one just feels entirely geared towards newer players. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Newer players should have the ability to understand this stuff, and lowering a barrier to entry is always a good thing. What the fuck do you want me to do against a Path of the World Tree Barbarian at level 14? Like, what do you want me to fucking do at that point? So, if you're going to use it for Campaign 2, definitely make sure you know what what choices your players are going to make character creation wise, and definitely have a talk with them, because the way I see it, when you do a show on stream and everything, it is different to a game that you run at home, and you know that. Sorry, I've still got a bit of a cold, I think. Or I'm freezing. Either one. No, it's not a cold, because I tested completely clear yesterday, so it's just cold. I'm just cold. It's different to a home game. And a stream game, you need that tension. You need your players to perform that tension and create that tension so that your viewers care about it. In a home game, you can get away with less of it. But, yeah. It's definitely something that you should look into balancing. It's something that I think a lot of DMs are going to veto a lot of the changes. Especially some of the more broken ones. I'm intrigued by what they're doing with the Warlock. That has its own broken thing. But the big change that they've made to the Warlock, apart from a lot of things, but the biggest change is that the Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Tome, and Pact of the Chain are all invocations now. They're not pathways, which is very interesting. So you can pick them up, and I think you pick up hold on. Like I said, 29 pages of notes. I'm not going to read through them. I'm just going to pick out the things that I found really, really interesting and want to talk about. Where is it? That's an interesting... Hello, Amon! Welcome and lovely. Yeah. Okay, Warlock. So, invocations. Your progress has changed. You now get an invocation at level 1 instead of 2 at level 2. And your max has also increased from 8 invocations to 10, but pact boons are now invocations. They've changed, in general, the cantrip rules for most casting classes, in that you can now change your cantrip on level up, whereas before you were kind of stuck with them. DMs would often do a homebrew rule to do that, but you were often stuck with them. Wizards have retained the ability to do this on a long rest, which gives them that little bit of a leg up. So a lot of invocations have changed, and have kind of been upgraded, and I approve a lot of them. Like, weirdly enough, for me to approve or disapprove of anything, from a personal basis. Pretty much any invocation that casts a specific spell once per day has kind of been removed, but that's not really a loss because most of them were awful. What I found really interesting is Agonizing Blast, Eldritch Spear, and one other, I believe. And Repelling Blast, right? Those 3 can now be used on any Warlock cantrip, not just Eldritch Blast. And you can repeat it to select more cantrips that you have. So you could have it on Eldritch Blast, and then on... honestly, Eldritch Blast is my favorite Warlock cantrip, but like on any of your Warlock cantrips, you can add these extra abilities to it, which I think is a very interesting change. I don't know how that will work mechanically. Oh yeah, most of the invocations that Warlocks had didn't use. I like Eldritch Blast theme. Yeah. I will never get over Ford in Critical Role saying Eldritch Blast, and I'm just like, oh, cool. Now if I play a Warlock as my southern character, I have to go Eldritch Blast. I want to so badly. But yeah, a lot more of them have come up pretty good. The one that kind of gets a little bit broken. So, they've updated the invocation Gaze of Two Minds, right? And now it targets any willing creature. It takes a bonus action to use and maintain. And if you're within 60 feet of the target, you can cast spells as if you were in its space. And it says nothing about breaking invisibility. So what you've basically got is Predator Drones. Your rogue can now be a fucking Predator Drone, and you can Eldritch Blast unaware enemies without breaking the rogue stealth. And it's like, fuck. It was often a design problem for me that so many invocations are focused on Eldritch Blast that you rarely see a Warlock without the cantrip because it had... Yeah. I mean, Eldritch Blast is generally one of my favorites anyway. I just love the whole... like, the whole mythos around it. Even if it was like a shit cantrip, I would still like it. Probably wouldn't use it as much, but I would still like it. But the fact that it's pretty fucking good and it scales really well with your class... I like that. I like that quite a lot. The ability to split your Eldritch Blasts and target two creatures at the same time with a cantrip, very handy. Yeah. They've changed up some of the... when you get certain things. So some of like the level 15, level 9, level... higher level ones got dropped down so that you could get them a lot earlier. Which could be interesting. Could definitely be interesting. Like, Visions of Distant Realms drops from level 15 to level 9. Whispers of the Grave goes from level 9 to level 7. Xavier, hi! Welcome in, lovely. How you doing? Everything is great. Last night was amazing. I had so much fun. I was at the launch party for the new D&D handbook. The new player's handbook. And I met some of my personal idols, and first of all, lovely people. Second of all, I didn't make a complete fool of myself. Like, they seemed entirely, like, this could just entirely be my anxious brain. But they were absolutely lovely, and, like, they didn't seem like they hated my presence. I was able to talk to them for a lot of the night without feeling like I was intruding on their space. Hell yeah, yeah. So for those of you who have not seen my ridiculous tweeting about it, the people from Deercaster Pictures were there. And I met fucking Eva and Zach, and I was just sitting there like, holy shit. And the funniest thing, right, so I was working, right, I was working there. And I was doing my thing, just chilling. And I saw them come in, and I'm like, I really want to meet them, but I also have severe anxiety problems. So I was like, I will do it when I have a bit of courage. And I wasn't going to get that courage. Knowing me, I wasn't going to get it. And the fucking... my boss, technically, came over to where I was and went, hey, Sparrow, can you come with me for a second? And me, being an idiot, was like, yeah, sure, what do you need? Thinking he needed help. No, this motherfucker grabs me, brings me over, and I'm like, what? Brings me over to the table where they are, goes, hi, have you met Sparrow? And then fucks off. And I'm just like, I cannot explain to you the sheer panic that I went through. I was like, I did not ask you to do that. I'm grateful. And I'm so glad it went well. But, it's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying. But they are going to PAX, so hopefully I will be able to actually catch up with them there, and if I haven't been annoying, I will actually get to talk to them. They did accidentally kind of trigger my special interest in Blades in the Dark. And, well, I basically went from this very, like, you know, quiet, reserved kind of... Those of you who know me in a social space, I will be quiet until I've kind of figured out where I need to be in this conversation and where I need to kind of balance things. And then I will... Shit gets weird. I get weird and I get normal to people. And then basically they were talking about Blades and I'm just immediately like, and they're like, special interest? Can I talk about it, please? Yes. Okay, so it is so cool. And I just fucking rambled on about Blades in the Dark. They listened to me, and not in that fake way that people listen, which I don't begrudge people, but they were actually listening to me, and I was just like, what is my life? Tuck! Thank you for the gift subs, much appreciated. Wiltop, I hope you enjoy the gifted sub. So it's like, yeah, I was so out of it. I was so excited and so happy. And I got to pick their brains because I have an event coming up this weekend on Saturday and Sunday, where I'm going to be running 2 separate D&D games, so on the Saturday and on the Sunday, themed after the Mad Mage. And people are going to be able to donate to fuck around and activate traps and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I need help on traps because I'm not great at making them. And they're just like, okay. I'm like, yes. We work for the same person. Maybe. Are you in Sydney? Finally, I'm glad. Scheduling is is the hardest thing for a D&D player. Like, everyone thinks the big boss of TTRPGs or D&D is like, you know, Vecna or the Tarask or Tiamat. No, it's fucking scheduling. But yeah, and I met this amazing photographer. She was taking pictures of the event, and like, her work is so cool. I need to get her details so I can kind of blast them everywhere because, you know, she is looking for commissions, but her work is so good. And I lost my ever-loving shit. And, I would like to throw in a D&D game of mine, a BBEG, who's literally insane time mage to represent scheduling. We are all bound by the yoke of limited leisure time. Yes. Holy shit, yes. My friend does the same thing when I want to meet someone or get a selfie. She's like, hi, have you met Xavier? And leaves. It's like, I'm grateful, but also fuck you. But yeah, it was absolutely amazing. And I think the thing I liked most about the event, right, was the fact that I was in a room of people who were all into the same thing I was. There wasn't there didn't feel like there was this gap between people, even though these people I have long admired and I've always wanted to meet them and that kind of thing. It didn't feel like they were these unattainable people to meet. And nobody in the room felt like that. It just felt like friends, like everybody kind of just getting together and sharing something they loved. And I think that is one of my favorite things about the event. Like, and the fact I got paid, but your girl is broke. Would be so on the nose, but takes ages to be noticed. Power move, yeah. But it was just nice to be able to go and just talk with people who both do... Hi, Kenzie! Who both do the same thing I do, like that do DMing. And have that social media personality, because it wasn't just them. There were quite a few big names there that I don't want to necessarily spoil too much. I just know that they've talked about it. But yeah, and I was just like, I am a small fish in this pond, like, and yet, it felt like I had a voice there as well, and I had the ability to contribute on a way that mattered to me. And I am intensely grateful for that. I'm so proud of my friend, because my boss is a friend of mine, and this was kind of like their debut event that they set up, and we had like 2 days to promote it before it was done. So it was like, huh. And they did amazing. I'm so proud of them. Yes, I told them. No, they haven't responded to me, which is fine because I don't do sentimentality a lot of the time. I'm so sorry. I still have a chest infection, which I'm getting over. It's just taking a while. But for those of you who've kind of just joined us, I got my hands on the player handbook the night before the event, and I wanted to have a look through and learn it, kind of thing. And the way I learn things is I take notes. So, for 4 hours, the night before the event, I did 29 pages of notes, detailing all the changes. Well, not all of them, a lot of them. I don't think I went over the glossaries or the spells and equipment, because that was a lot and I didn't feel like it. But I did a lot of the class changes, the terminology, organization, a bunch of stuff. But yeah, there's some really interesting stuff that they're doing, and I'm really excited to see what they do with it. Sorry, I have to sit properly. Read up spells as an off-time hurry. I have to. My players are fucking insane. Like, I love them dearly, but if I am not on top of things, they will blindside me with some spells. Like, fuck, man. One thing I've kind of noticed, though, it's like the classes are all kind of blending together in this new edition. Each class feels less unique, because each class can kind of do a lot of the same things. So it's like, I'm not sure how to feel about that. I feel like when I play it, I will have a better understanding of it. But until I play it, from an outsider perspective, it kind of feels like they're homogenizing. They're all kind of blending together. Because I was ranting about the new Barbarian subclass, but it can heal. It can attack enemies at range. It can drop enemy speed to zeros. It can teleport as a bonus action. And it can teleport 6 people with it as a bonus action. I'm just going to run the battle. Thank you for the units. Much appreciated. Why? Oh yeah, it is Path of the World Tree. That's a new one. My brother actually said this earlier, and I was just like, yeah, it feels more like a druid flavoring than a barbarian one. But I can live with the flavoring. I really like Yggdrasil. I like the whole idea. And so the idea of Yggdrasil is a tree that connects all realms. And so the barbarian tapping into that is able to move through those realms and use them to attack. But it makes the barbarian broken. That subclass is broken. Straight up. Because, I think I said it before, their heavy and martial weapons gain an extra 10 foot of reach. And it doesn't even need to be raging. That's just what they have. They get a huge glut of temporary HP that they can reapply to their allies every turn. They can they can teleport up to 60 feet as a bonus action on their turn and use that teleportation to trigger rage. And when they are able to yank their enemies in with the branches, they can drop their enemies down to 0 movement speed. What the fuck are you supposed to do against that as a DM? Like, I'm not a fan of the new book, especially how they present it like a replacement. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going at, because they market it as a replacement, but they don't change enough of it to call it a replacement. Also, I'm still mad that the Artificer did not get included. It is not included in the core rulebook at all. Like, why? The Artificer is an amazing subclass. It's an official subclass. Not a subclass. It's an official class. Why is it not included? Everybody loves the Artificer. I have not looked up all the spells just yet. Now I'm sad. Yeah. I played... My very first D&D character was actually a Artificer. What was she? She wasn't the Battle Master. She was an alchemist. I remembered because her catchphrase was, I'm Terrafel Dustseeker, a real pleasure to meet you. I think I make things fly, and I make things explode, and I'm very good at both. The things I make fly tend to survive. The things I explode, not so much. Yeah, so she was a lot of fun. She was a fox. It was great. I don't know. I don't know if it would be poor design. What it feels like is it's very player-based. And that's not a bad thing. That can be a good thing. It feels, though, however, it is designed for new players. It is not designed for people who have played D&D before. It's not designed for people who have run D&D before. It is very much designed for people new to the hobby. And while I am entirely in favor of lowering the barrier to entry, because it is a hobby that I enjoy, and I feel like a lot more people would enjoy it if it didn't seem so intimidating when you were creating a new character. Yeah, it just... I don't know, it's lost some stuff for me. Like I said, a lot of it's gotten homogenized in the classes. Backgrounds now provide feats, which I'm not too bad about. It's an interesting change. I'll see how it works, because backgrounds before this were kind of useless and were more for flavor anyway. So, was a snow leopard tabaxi, where our eyes always have the sparkle of innocent curiosity. Yes. Yeah. No, I can get that. I don't like what they've done with the species, the races. So they changed races into species. I don't care about that. That's whatever. Like, it wasn't a problem that bothered me, but if it bothered someone, it doesn't bother me to fix it, kind of thing. They took a lot of the sub-races away. I don't like that. I liked the sub-races. And yeah, I get it. Like, you didn't want to lock people into having to play specific races to get things. But there was a kind of... It provided story moments. It provided things to you. So, like... Let me get one. So, there are now only 3 elves. Hello, Bob! Welcome in. How you doing, lovely? I'm here. Too bad for everyone else. Welcome in, lovely. How you doing? Yeah, so there are now technically only 3 flavors of elves. So, elven lineage is a new trait to replace subraces. They all give you a base trait, and some get innate spellcastings at level 3 and 5. And you get to pick your spellcasting ability. Fine, whatever. There is now Drow, High Elf, and Wood Elf. That's it. Where's the Eladrin? I love the Eladrin. That was such an interesting idea. Fucking Eladrin. They changed with the seasons, and you could do so much with roleplay with that. Why wouldn't you keep that? I get that it's a lot of confusing stuff. I get that. But that was such an interesting thing for the thing. Like, why would you remove that? Dragonborn, to no one's surprise, got an upgrade. That's just Tolkien elves, yeah. So Dragonborn got an upgrade. Even to Fizzbands. So on top of what they got in Fizzbands, their breath weapon now lets you choose between a cone or a line each time you use it. Which, good utility, kind of, eh. Your damage dice are upgraded to D10s instead of D6s. So good fucking luck as a DM trying to do anything up close against a Dragonborn. Oh, and all Dragonborn now gain the ability to fly at once per day, starting at level 5, for a duration of 10 minutes. In their effort to kind of create this homogenized, acceptable, like free... I can see what they wanted to do. They wanted to create a game in which you were not forced to play any particular race, class, or anything. You know? You were not forced to play anything to get the result that you wanted. But in their effort to do that, they've taken a lot of the life out of a lot of these things. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here shitting on it, because I think there's some really cool ideas in here. I really like what they've done with the Warlock invocations. I think that's a great idea. I'm still pissed about the Monk, and because the Monks now have more movement speed. Good luck. Like they needed it. Barbarians can teleport. Can only fly once a day for 10 minutes is very funny from an here. They wish to be more freeform. Yeah. I'm not mad about it. Here's the thing. I'm not about to go on a fucking rant about it. Like, I'm gonna rant here. But I'm not gonna go and, like, flame war shit. Because I'm interested to see what they want to do with this. I'm interested to see what they will do with the Monsters Manual and the DM's Guide. The DM's Guide comes out in November, I believe. So hopefully there'll be another event for that. I'm really excited for. I'm unsure of where they're going with the races and a lot of the changes that they've made. I don't see the point of them now, but I'm willing to give them a shot because it's interesting. And if I don't like it, I don't have to use these rules, you know? And they say that at the start, you know, DMs are able to choose which rules they want to follow and all that. And that's fine. Like, DMs were going to do that anyway, but it's nice that they acknowledged it. I think the Goliath changes are interesting. So they've added new species to the core rules. The new ones added to the core rules are Orcs, Goliaths, and Asimir. They've all been added to core rules now. I kind of like the idea that they've gone for with the Asimir, which is that they're pretty much identical to the Monsters of the Multiverse version. But what's changed is that every time you transform, you can choose your transformation. You're not locked to the Protector or the Fallen or anything. You can choose between them. Which is cool, but also like, eh. It's also interesting because there's been a lot of changes in the book. There's this kind of focus on force, necrotic, and radiant damage. So the higher levels as the Asimar go up, their resistances to those kinds of damage are going to be very interesting for DMs and players. I'm not opposed to that. It's just an interesting thing that I kind of noticed. Goliaths have replaced Stone's Endurance. It's still an option, but you basically get to choose a feature based on your giant ancestor, which could be interesting. I'm not too mad. Do I have a lot of, like, people who play halflings here? Because if I do, you will be upset to know that there are no longer stout halflings. There are only nimble. I don't know why. Seems weird that that's a thing that they focused on, but yeah, there are now no more stout halflings. They're all nimble. Some are practically different spells. They break things every other edition. 3rd bad, 3.5 good, 4th bad, 5th good, 5.5 seeming bad. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know why. I don't know why they changed it. That seems like a ridiculous thing to change. But hey, like, okay. I don't particularly play the halfling class. I don't get to play it a lot, but okay. Not too mad. The one I'm not mad about. I'm going to be clear. I'm not mad about these. I'm not mad about anything. I'm wary of a lot of these changes, but the one that kind of annoys me in the species change most. Yeah, they just decided adjectives aren't real. I love that so fucking much. Okay. They changed the tieflings. So, Fiendish Legacy has changed. So now you can choose between Abyssal, Sthonic, and Infernal. Those are the 3 types of tieflings you can have. representing the chaotic evil, neutral, and lawful evil lower planes. Each option offers a damage resistance and different set of innate spellcasting. Infernal is the closest to the 2014 Tiefling, but trades Vicious Mockery for Firebolt. Tiefling also get Thaumaturgy, so they get 2 cantrips, which is like, whatever. A player, when they wish something from me as a DM, Dormammu, I've come to bargain. My favourite thing, right, I used to have a player, Skull. Whenever I was about to do some sort of shenanigans, what he would do is he'd staple his fingers. Sparrow. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, what do you want? it was never going to be a fun time for me as a DM. Because it was either going to be math, or he wanted to do some bullshit. And I like neither of those options. There are some good, perhaps both. Yeah, usually both. Not gonna lie, usually both. They've changed a lot of things. And I don't know about them. So the point of the stream is just kind of for me to talk about them and then kind of share the hard work that I did. And just kind of hear what people have to say about this new edition. Like I said, I'm not hating on it, but I'm also like, I don't know if I like it. Zoethar, I allow all shenanigans. Oh, I allowed the shenanigans. I just didn't like them because what was about to happen was everything that I had planned for the rest of that session, and this was before I'd kind of got my feet as a DM, everything I had planned for that session was about to break. No matter what. Also, hello and welcome in. It's nice to see you. My opinion to do things and stuff. I let it work for a bit to see where it's going. Yeah, that's kind of where I am on this. I'm not sure on the changes they make. I'm not looking forward to having to run the Barbarian, the new Barbarian subclass, because that can fuck off. But I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to learn about it. You know, I'm not immediately pitchforks and torches. That's the curse of the DM. God, don't I know it. New. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Hold on. There's also a new college for the bards. I know exactly, 1, what character everyone is going to make when they make this bard, and 2, how many times I'm going to see the same fucking meme in my discourse. The new college is the College of Dance. Now, if you are new here, I am Australian. And if you watched the Olympics, you saw the breakdancing. Now, I'm not about to shit on this woman. I don't know her. I don't know anything about the Olympics. What I do know is that was not a great showing. And it has been mocked to hell. Now, I feel bad for her, because no one deserves the kind of flames that this woman has been getting. Nobody deserves that. But I know as a DM, College of Dance, that's all I'm gonna fucking see for the next 2 years. College of the YouTuber, oh god. Could you imagine if they actually put in, like, College of the Crowd or the Entertainer or something like that, and you just have people coming in being influencers? I'm not, honestly though, looking at the design of College of Dance, influencers, yeah, it does. But I don't, so, for those of you who don't know, I run D&D professionally at Fortress on the weekends. I haven't this month, but I do normally. So a lot of newbies come in, and they get to kind of explore it. I am going to be inundated with the same meme over and over for the next month and a half. I can guarantee you. You could do, yeah, that could work. That would be really cool, actually. I know that the Final Fantasy TTRPG is supposed to come out soon, and I can't wait to get my hands on it, because someone bought it for me on Throne, and I'm fucking crying. It's so cool. No, so the College of the Dance is the new Bard subclass. And I need to point out, as I do notes, I tend to get a little bit snarky, because I don't really intend for anybody else to read these notes. I just do them for myself, and it helps me remember stuff if I'm a little bit bitchy. So, more than a jack of all trades, this subclass appears to do Monk better than Monk, Paladin better than most Paladins, and a pretty solid job of Wizard, Cleric, and Druid. It's pretty much a one-size-all-fits class. It's charisma-based, full caster. It can, with some stuff, you can pretty much get a permanent advantage on social interactions. You can heal, you've got a high AC, and does a decent single target damage and great AoE damage from level 10 onwards. What the fuck? What? So, to explain, at level 3 you get Dazzling Footwork. You got pretty much a permanent advantage on any performance check involving dancing. Charisma to AC rewards you for leaning into your spellcasting ability. And your bardic damage is required for the subclass to function. Agile Strikes is going to do some very heavy lifting immediately and then ramp into overtime, coming level 7. So there are some new changes. So Bardic Inspiration now, as for all bards, now has an hour expiration. And it's used when they fail a d20 reroll instead of allowing the option to be used beforehand. I'm interested to see where that goes. You get Expertise at level 2. You can use a spell slot at level 5 to restore a Bardic Inspiration. At level 7, for all bards, Counter Charm works as a reaction without having to spend your action first. Yeah. The level 20, though. The level 20 ability, and like, level 20 is broken anyway, but level 20 for all bards gets Words of Creation. Power word heal and kill prepared for free, and you can affect true creatures with both of them. Oh. Yay. Yes, 100%. Yeah, that was pretty much my reaction when I was reading it. Are you fucking kidding me? But it's level 20. You're not expecting... So at level 20, you're supposed to be able to do a lot of shit. So, hi Len. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That's for all bards, regardless of subclass. You must reach this point. So, College of Dance gets Dazzling Footwork at level 3 and Inspiring Movement, which is pretty much... I'm just going to point out... Oh god, pretty much. I just have the notes. I don't remember everything in them, like in the subclass. A reliable way to punch something before waltzing away and saving a fellow squisher. That's what I've described it as. At level 6, you get Tandem Footwork. Pretty much, my initial result is, not only do the changes to Bard mean you're getting 48 every short rest, and the ability to spend spell slots to get more, you're now going to be able to give your whole party an initiative of 4.5, which will increase over time. It's going to be hell for a DM. Admittedly, that does leave you with only 3 or 4 Bardic Inspiration for the fight, but still. And at level 14, you get Leading Evasion, which basically just makes evasion better. I'm running a campaign that combines all of the 5e published campaigns. I won't have to worry about level 20 for years. Okay, that is really fucking cool. I was once part of a DM conversation where one argued that level 20 stuff is broken. I joked that when you reach that point, you've earned it. Yeah. If your character manages to survive to level 20, like, if you go from level 1 to level 20, you get to level 20, you get to be broken. That, like, if my players in TAVE get to level 20, they can do what they want. I will give them luck blades. They can have wish. Fuck it. Speaking of wish, paladins. Is it paladin or cleric? Hold on. No, it's cleric. At level 10, so the Divine Inspiration has changed. Divine Intervention, sorry. So, at level 10, you get Divine Intervention as a cleric. Cast nearly any 5th level cleric spell or lower as an action with no material components, such as Raise Dead or Hallow once per long rest. But at level 20, which is not as bad as I remember it being, because if it was at level 10, the ability to cast Wish instead of a 5th level or lower cleric spell. Oh, and level 20, if you use Wish instead of the level 5 spell, it only adds a 2d4 day cooldown before you can use it again. What? Are you fucking with me? Or what? inspiration for an hour. That is, yeah, but it's nicer to be able to set that up before a battle. And it's less pressure to use it, and people would forget to use it, so now they can kind of just recycle it. I don't mind too much about that. Okay, druids have changed. And I don't know if I like the druids. Because the way I'm understanding the druids is Wild Shape no longer gives you alternate HP. You just have your HP across both. I don't know why. And I don't like it. Because the thing I liked about druids was the ability to... You made up for like a lack in perhaps damage or functionality in certain places to be able to be a tank when your team needed it. And now you can't, because if you get hit zero hit points, you're fucked. Like you don't have that buffer. It is now a bonus action for everyone, except not just Circle of the Moon. You can use Wild Shape again without going to your original form, which I like. Druids are now limited to 4 known forms, but you can change one on a long rest. Yeah. But I liked that. Beast spells are gone. Yeah. No, I don't know. You can't knock people out of... Yeah. They'll just fucking die. And I'm like... Why? Like, that's just a weird thing for them to be focused on, you know? That was such a cool part of druids. And to take that away seems weird. And it leads again, if I go back to it, it leads again into that whole, they're trying to make a lot of these classes play very similarly, and no other class had that temporary HP pool. Druids were unique in their ability to take these other forms and have those buffers of health, you know? And yeah, it made it hell for a DM sometimes, but you worked around that. But because no other class has it, now the druids can't have it. That's what it kind of feels like. If people want to ask me about a class, by the way, I have all of them here. Sort of. You have 4. Druids can have 4 known wild shapes, and you can change them on a rest, which is kind of nice, because then you can adjust to the environment, I guess. But it... By the way, if no one's breaking in, my cat just wants to get inside, and he's learned to throw his weight on the handle and it pushes the door open, which is why I have the chair pressed up against it. Just makes an awful noise. The thing that I've noticed across a lot of these changes is space! Thank you for the contribution. Much appreciated, Libby. Sorry. A lot of the abilities that made your attacks magical no longer do so. They've replaced it, and this is across a couple of classes, they've replaced it with the ability to inflict force damage or radiant damage. So, for like Circle of the Moon, at level 6, the Primal Strike is replaced. Your attacks in Wild Shape are no longer considered magical. Instead, you can do normal damage or radiant damage. Radiant damage will get you around resistance to non-magical weapon damage. In addition, you add your Wiz mod to con saves, making concentration easier. Thank you, Tuck. Thank you, Amon. Much appreciated. So, yeah, like, I've noticed it in quite a few of the classes. They've taken away the ability to do magical damage. I don't know why. Sarah, welcome in, lovely. How you doing? Monks can't hit ghosts anymore to look a bit silly to fight when they should be able to hit. Listen, if you can't hit anything as a monk with the amount of attacks you can do, God just hates you. Like, fuck, man. Monks can do so many. Hey, the community challenge is 75% complete. Fuck yeah. But welcome in, my loves. I'm not, am I bitching? I don't feel like I'm bitching. I feel like I'm discussing these kind of changes. Did they put Mercy Monk in the book? They must have. You good? Awesome. Like, cause I'm intrigued to see where they're going with this, but also like, I don't know if I like this. Plus, I love a good. Yeah, but I was going to do that on Monday, when, you know, potential people that I admire might not see the stream one day, or fucking Hasbro, who sponsored the event last night, might see the stream. I don't think they will, but yeah. Oh yeah, Warrior of Mercy for the monk. This is about the job changes. Yes, I'm just kind of going through a lot of the changes of the new player handbook, because I got the chance to go through it, and I made 29 pages of notes, and I need to talk about them with someone. So you guys are kind of getting this joy. Yeah, so Mercy Monk kind of got nerfed. Name change. Yeah, but they no longer give you a cool mask. They took that away, and I don't know why they took I'm sat. Yes. I don't know why they took the mask away. It seems like a weird thing to take away. Why? Why would you remove that when... Warrior of Shadow can no longer cast Pass Without a Trace. Yeah, no, you can't. You don't get the mask anymore. Normies. Yeah, there's a lot of... Ow. Fucking paper cut. There's a lot of interesting changes and a lot of, like, homogenous changes, which I don't like. I don't like that they're trying to blend all the classes into the same thing. You should have the differences. You should have the kind of changes in between things. EOW Punisher, thank you for the epic MYKL Mantis Artilleria. Much appreciated, lovely. Yeah, not to force... Yeah. No, I understand why they wouldn't... Like, it seems like the whole part of this new edition is to remove the impetus to kind of force players down a specific route. And I get that. But it feels like in their effort to do that, they've removed a lot of the individuality that came from it. And yes, you don't have to play it their way. You don't have to do things their way. But I'm not sure I like the idea that all classes will end up being able to do the same thing. It's like, why would you then choose any class over the other? Whereas in 5e, you had to choose where you wanted to be on the battlefield. You kind of had to choose what kind of character you wanted to play, and that helped you shape your story. Whereas now you don't have anything that shapes it for you. You have to do all the heavy lifting on your own, if that makes sense. Oh. Paladin changes, right? Because Paladin was after Monk. Lay on Hands no longer removes disease. Because why not? Why not remove one of the cool things about Paladin? Dunno. They changed it to a bonus action, which is handy. Lay on Hands is it, sorry. But it now no longer removes disease. In fact, where is it? Hold on. Okay. So at level 14, you can now spend 5 extra points from Lay on Hands to remove status conditions like Lesser Restoration. Why? Why? Yeah, it's a weird thing for them to have focused on. It's a weird thing for them to have both removed, because it was never really used. And then to have put in a lesser form at a higher level. What is the purpose of that? What was the point? I wish I could get some of the designers, but also, like, I don't want to bring the designers in until I have a chance to kind of get this stuff out so I can talk about it and be civil about it. Yeah. They've changed some of the spells that you get. Although they've done that in a lot of these classes. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I like some of the specifications that they've put in. I think that's a good thing. let's see. Actions which are magic, which will not work obviously in an anti-magic field, will include text like as a magic action to specify. That's handy. That's good from a rules perspective. Transport is now used to represent force movement. That's handy because then you can kind of like, from a DM perspective, that's actually really handy to have clarification on a lot of these things. That's really handy. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like the way to do it, definitely. I feel like the version that we have in front of it, this 2024 version, needs a lot of work. And I feel like it needed to go through a few more testers before it hit shelves. So definitely, yeah, use what you think are good and drop the rest. That's the way I would do it. Yes, I put the straw in upside down. No, I'm not going to switch it. Because that would be admitting weakness. Yeah, so there are a few things, obviously. They changed hide. They changed how hide works. And I don't know why. Because now, hide is a base DC of 15 to succeed. Were we struggling with that? Was that an issue that people had? Was that a thing that needed to be changed? True. I will admit, a lot of the company's actions do seem to be more focused on investments rather than the players. Well, on the existing players. It's very clear that this is a book designed for new players and new DMs. It's not designed for people who have been playing for a while. And it makes sense if you look at it from an investment perspective. It definitely makes sense that they would do it that way. Yeah, but hide. So originally, hide was a dex check plus your stealth modifier, which means if you invested heavily into dex and had a high stealth modifier, even if you weren't a rogue, you were able to hide. This almost removes the impetus to be a rogue or to stack your stats in any particular way for a flavor. Yeah, it definitely does. No, I don't know. I don't know why. Minus, thank you for the epic Coco Jabro Necromancer on the battlefield. Much appreciated, lovely. They've added in the wording that saving throws can now, if you want to fail a saving throw, you don't have to roll for it. Most DMs were doing that anyway. If you want to fail a saving throw, you don't have to roll for that. You can just say that you fail it. Because most people are not going to fail saving throws. They give up the chance to roll for a saving throw if it's not an effect they don't want to have. They removed the wizard multi-gun, magic missile gun. They removed that, which I found very funny. It's like, okay, no, that's fair. Okay, something interesting. They've changed the wording of opportunity attack. They've changed it from a hostile creature to a creature you can see. Now, on the surface, that doesn't seem like a big change. It doesn't seem like a reason. Like, why would you bother? However, if you take the Warcaster feat, which allows you to cast a cantrip, or a spell, I believe, as a reaction for your opportunity attack, if you target an ally, you can heal or buff them with that opportunity attack, which is very interesting. I'm intrigued to see where they go with it. I think it was Vortex Warp using the text. In this particular text, possibly. I'm not upset about this opportunity attack. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like why would you try and fight that if your friend is casting on you to get it out? most DMs were just ruling with, if you say you want to fail the skill check, you don't have to roll for it. Because why would I make you do an extra roll for something you don't want to succeed in? Number one rule, right? Number one rule of DMing, other than like the list, but one of the big rules of DMing: don't roll for something. Don't make your players roll for something if they don't have to. Other than like for shits and giggles, because doing it for shits and giggles is funny, but like it just drops. It just drops like everything. It grinds your game to a halt. It grinds a lot of the immersion to a halt if you're rolling for everything. So you make those rolls count. Like for me, in Taves, if they're not doing things, if they're just talking, I'm not going to have them roll for it. Because there's no point, and it just slows shit down. And I have a very strict time slot for that. I mean, you could avoid an opportunity attack when you were invisible anyway. I think you could anyway. Possibly not. I see some evilness with that fireball! So yeah. Surprise got nerfed as well. It's a little bit less fun. Basically, if a combatant is surprised by combat starting, that combatant has disadvantage on initiative rolls, which is different to how surprise works normally. Oh, fucking shite. It's not our 2-year anniversary. Hold on, I'm fixing it. I thought I turned that off. I legit... flashbang. I legit turned that off. It is not our 2-year. That was last week. I'm so sorry, chatbot. Why you do this to me, man? There we go. Turn that shit off. Not that I'm mad. There we go. Makes sense. 20. Yeah, we're not surprised by anything. As a DM, I told the player, "You're a trained alchemist. I assume you know how to take a sample of liquid in a secure manner." Yes. If, however, it's a highly explosive liquid, I'm going to make you roll for it, because I want to see if you blow up. Has very little to do on your abilities. I'm just testing your luck. Sorry, yes. It is not our 2-year anniversary. That was last week, although if you want to donate, I could really use your funds for packs. Anyway. One thing they changed that I do like is they changed how grappling works. So, normally grappling, you do a contested athletics check to see if it works. So you see if you're able to grapple someone. Now, you can choose to do a strength or a dex save. And you're no longer able to grapple multiple people with one hand. Fair enough. I think it's an interesting change. Not sure how it's going to play out too much, because a lot of my players don't grapple. And it's very handy that they do, like if they were to, but it's an interesting change that I think could work really, really well, because a lot of people don't invest in athletics unless they're athletic classes, like fighter, like barbarian. And grappling did feel a lot like, or monk, yeah. Feel like something you either did because you were good at it, and you built your character to be good at it. So having it be a strength or dex check, dex save now, is an interesting change, and I want to see how that plays out. I've played I've played opposite a player that was a grapple build. It was a very, very exhausting day for me. Oh yeah, backgrounds no longer provide language proficiencies, which I feel is stupid. Where else do you get them? Like, of course it's your background that would give you your language proficiencies. It's how you were raised. It is not an instinctive thing you know as a tiefling or an Aesir. Why is that the change? So, yes, if you're just joining us, I'm bitching. Here's the thing, like, I like this. I like a lot of the changes they're making. I don't agree with some of them. I like the kind of like interest that they're showing in certain parts, and I like some of the changes they're making. However, I need to talk about this A scholar never read a book from a different language. Like, yeah, apparently, according to this, they no longer grant proficiencies in languages. Yeah, it's weird. Barbarians basically got a huge buff, which I've talked about. What class haven't I talked about? I've talked a little bit about Cleric. Talked a little bit about Druid. Fighters, I like the change they've made for Fighter, and Paladin also gets this. Your fighting style is now a feat, which you get at level 2. Level 1, sorry. Should I get the book? Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm not sponsored yet by Hasbro. I've not been sponsored. I've not been paid in any way to promote this. So when I tell you, I don't think you should get it yet, it's not me going, like, reacting to a money thing. It is a... If you are interested, there are ways to see this kind of stuff. Not that I'm suggesting that you go on D&D Wiki. But there are ways to find this kind of content. I don't agree that it's... If you want to run a game in this new system, get it. If you don't, let it sit. Because it needs some work. It needs to be fixed and it needs some help. I don't like change. I don't like trying new things. Fair. You won't like this book. I would adopt certain things from it. I like the changes they made to the Warlock. I've mentioned that. I like the changes they made to the Warlock. I like the fighting style changes. And by making it a feat, you can change it on... you can change it each time you get a level. Which is really, really good because fighting styles used to be permanent. And if you didn't like that fighting style, you were fucked for the rest of the game. You couldn't change it. There was nothing you could do about it. I like that they've changed that. And it doesn't really mean anything to anyone. Like, it doesn't break anything. So, I don't think anyone should get this book yet. Unless Hasbro is watching, in which case, if you pay me money, I will say yes, you should get it. I need money. Listen, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me. No, I would probably still say wait. It needs some revisions. I think it needs a lot more playtesting than it's had. And I'm not saying I know how much playtesting it's had, but it doesn't feel like enough. Give us your affiliate. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like it's had enough playtesting. It doesn't feel like... Actually, you know what it feels like? It feels like it hasn't had playtesting by DMs. It feels like it's had playtesting by newbies. And that's not a derogatory thing on the new players. It feels like it's been playtested by people who are new to the hobby. Because DMs... and people who have played for quite a while, are able to pick out a lot of these, like, little, why would you change that? That doesn't need changing, and it doesn't feel like it adds anything unique to it. New players don't have that experience to know when that would happen. You know? There's now a close combat. I thought Chill Touch was a close combat spell. Second wind on fighter gets better. You get 2 uses per long rest, and you get 1 back on a short rest. Gonna be hard to kill a fighter. Used to be a range spell. Really? Huh. Cold damage, not touch range. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. There isn't a huge amount of changes to a lot of the fighter stuff, which is interesting. But I did always find fighter, like, no hate on fighters. I just never vibed with them. I always did find them to be quite the generalist. They could do a little bit of everything. So it would make sense that they don't get many changes in this round, because all the rest of the classes are being turned more general. Because if it's already generalized, it doesn't need to be more generalized. Salt! Hello! How you doing, lovely? Nice to see ya. I have followed you, haven't I? Zoe! Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I haven't followed. What the fuck? Hello, Salts. Welcome in. Finally caught you live. Yeah, I'm bitching about the new D&D book, so come on in. I haven't seen you in a while. No worries. I'm glad. That's all I want. Thank you for the lurk, Nanaki. I hope you enjoy your snackage. Yeah. Used to have 1d8 and prevent it. Huh. Does it remove the HP regeneration? Like the ability to stop that? That's interesting. I don't like that. Monk has gotten fucking broken again. Just Jesus. What was I gonna say? Flurry of blows gets improved. Patient defense gets improved. Step of the wind gets improved. Good fucking luck stopping a monk. Oh yeah, the thing that pissed me off, right? So, at level 2 as a monk, you get Monk's Focus, which you get as a monk normally. Flurry of Blows no longer requires the attack action to use. Don't know why. 2. Patient Defense. Disengage is a bonus action for no point cost. You can also spend 1 key points got renamed into focus points, so it's now FP. You can use 1 FP to also dodge. So you can dodge and disengage as a bonus action. Because the monks needed to be harder to hit. Step of the Wind. Dash is a bonus action for no point cost. Spend 1 FP to disengage. Why? Why would you do that to a poor DM? Why would you do that to anybody? So, before you could just dash. You could dash or you could disengage. You couldn't do both. Now you can do both in 1 bonus action, which means you cannot, if a monk is using their FP correctly, you will never be able to hit them with an opportunity attack. You just won't. Let's see. Oh yeah. Now it's DM bullying, yeah. At level 2, you get Uncanny Metabolism, which is a new feature. Once per long rest, recover all your FP and heal some hit points whenever you roll initiative. Yay? Like, good for the player. That's awesome. You get your resources back. One of the key things you have to do as a DM is make your players spend resources to have more dangerous fights. And now, what the fuck? Also, so, how have you been, lovely? I've been meaning to catch you and then my brain just fucks. I've just been flat out and dumb as fuck. But hi, it's very, very nice to see you. I'm sorry, my brain is on this caffeine jump and I've had no sleep since the event last night. So, good luck catching me. Fair. Oh my gosh. They've changed deflect attacks. And they've included melee attacks, which is interesting. I'm not mad about it, but I haven't streamed in months. Okay, that would explain why I haven't caught you. But hi. How have you been? Oh god. Yeah, monks are just so much stronger. Although they kind of lowered evasion's effectiveness at level 7. In that it now no longer works when you're incapacitated. Which makes sense. But good luck fucking incapacitating a monk. Just sit and watch. Fair. Time to play, but fuck you. Don't know you, but fuck you. Let's see. Level 10, you can basically end Charmed, Frightened, and Poisoned automatically, and you don't need food or drink. I'm well-ish. Lost my job, second not support job. Okay, that sucks, I'm sorry. Partner lost his same history, but we vibing. I'm glad you're surviving. I'm glad you're vibing. I hope things pick up for you. You deserve good things, lovely. Ow. I build a Mercy Monk who's an ASMR. Now I can't play them anymore when they read that book, I guess, yeah. I mean, you still can. Yeah, I definitely think a lot of these changes are going to be things that you have to pick and choose what you like. I won't adopt this into Taves. I won't adopt this into Taves for a while. But I might shift the Warlock invocations in. I like that. I like the replacements that they've done for that, because I always found as a Warlock, you had a lot of shit invocations. Why would you take some of these to cast a spell once per day that you weren't going to use otherwise? It's very situation specific. They've removed a lot of those. That I'll take. Hey, Pony! Didn't get this far by wallowing. True, but I'm sorry it happened, and you do deserve better. Yeah, it's a bit... Needed to revisit the 2012 book, yeah. Honestly, it was a bit... I don't know how to put it. Ah, you winning, son. Hello, Lion. Welcome in. How you doing, lovely? Oh, man, It's funny. I really, really want wizards to like me, but I can't shut up about stuff about this new book, because like, you guys know me, I can't help it. Like, if I have an opinion on something and somebody asks my opinion on that thing, I'm going to give you the opinion regardless of whether or not it's necessarily the best thing I should do in that moment. So if this completely stops me getting a thing with Hasbro, remember, I did it for integrity. Yeah, I had some sign problems, we won't tell them. Thank you. Me looking over, Hasbro just appears in chat. Like, hi. I have not looked at viewers, by the way. I've got all that shit turned off. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, my general view of this so far is that it is very much for new players. It is not for older players. It is not for players that have had experience with it, or that are looking to tell a story specifically through characters design. And that... I don't like that. I don't like that it feels more for newer players than older players. I feel like there should be a balance. Yeah, true. True. Yeah. I don't like the idea of being a shill. Like, there have been opportunities where people are like, we will pay you to do this. And, like, I've been very vocal about this. I'm very much against AI and creative processing. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it should be anywhere near creative work. AI was the drudgery and allow people to engage more in that fun creative stuff. Why the fuck is it in art? Why the fuck is it in writing? Why the fuck is it in movies? And I read a piece that basically summed it up for me, which was, if nobody cared to write this, draw this, or make this, why the fuck do I care about it? And I don't. I don't care about a book no one cared to write. I don't care about a piece of art that no one cared to make. Because the art, the work, all of that is an expression and a piece of somebody's soul that they've given out to the world. AI is not sentient. Not yet. It doesn't have its own personality. It doesn't have a soul in a way that we would understand. When it does, okay, I'll revisit my opinion. When it can create its own thing and not have to fucking scrape our data to do that, I'll revisit my opinion, because opinions should be flexible enough to be able to adapt to new information. However, the current state of AI technology should not be used for creative endeavors. And the fact that people are pushing it harder and using it in so much shit right now, and they're having to do it in such underhanded ways, tells me they know it should not be here, and they should not have the ability. They should not have the ability to do this. If it was a natural progression of what we should be doing, they wouldn't have to fight so hard to get it. People would be volunteering it. They wouldn't have to be underhanded in scraping thousands of bits of data from people that didn't do it. Didn't consent. They wouldn't have to do that because people would want to contribute. That they have to do it that way means they know it's fucked. I'm really excited about the Warlock changes. Yes! Oh, I didn't see the scroll scribing buff. What's that about? I've read through it in 4 hours last night and did a huge 29-page set of notes. So I may have missed some stuff. Yes, I really do like the Warlock changes. I think that's really good and interesting. Preach. Yes. AI is not sentient yet. I hope it takes a bit more time. I'm not afraid of AI. The thing is, right, like truly sentient AI, like in robots and all that kind of stuff, I'm not afraid of that. Because we have so many movies and everything going, oh, AI is so scary, we'd be so horrible to computers and stuff. Hi, I pack bonded with my toaster. People pack bond with anything. Do you really think that like 95% of the population is going to be a piece of shit towards technology? No. I apologize to my phone if I drop it. I apologize to my computer if I accidentally hit it. I apologize if I have to make it do a lot of work in one day. Right? Like, we are not going to hate a new sentience. We are not going to hate new sentient technology. We're not. Once it has the ability to be sentient with us, we're not going to hate it. We will love it. We will love it like our own children. And yes, there will be some pricks out there who don't. But that's not humanity. That's not everybody. And I can guarantee you, we will love AI when it is fully AI. We will love it dearly. I can tell you that right fucking now. Back it with my toasters and Diet Coke. I went, you're welcome. Would have a Tamagotchi that can talk to... Yeah, that'd be cool. Crafted spell scrolls use a crafted spell DC and spell attack bonus instead of being based on the spell slot level. Oh. Interesting. That is an interesting change. I like that. That is a lot better than what it used to be. Because it was very frustrating as a higher level caster when you would go to create spell slots. It's not spell slot. Go to create spell scrolls, and it'd be like, I cast this spell every combat. What the fuck? What the fuck? Can I not just create? Why can I not write the instructions to do the spell? That's stupid. Yeah. But yeah, so the initial point I was making is people have come to me and tried to get me to promote AI, and that's just not going to happen. No matter how broke I am, that's not going to happen. When AI gets sentient, okay, I'll revisit my opinion. But no, not now. Combined with everyone getting rich. Yes! Yes! Warlocks are eating good. Very much so. I definitely like the fact that the pact magic, the pact invocation, pact spells are now invocations, so you can kind of like pick and choose. I like that they've added more familiars. I like the changes that they've made for it. Some of it's a bit broken, like turning your allies into predator drones. As I mentioned before, there is no specification in the wording that casting a spell through an allied space, if they are invisible, and the rogues now have the ability, certain rogues have the ability, once they successfully hide, gain the invisible condition. It does not specify that you break that invisibility if you cast from it. Which means a warlock can fucking snipe from almost 120 feet away, from a completely unexpected direction, as long as they're within 60 feet of the rogue, and the target is within 60, well, actually no, more than 180 feet, because Eldritch Blast has 120? Yeah. Not my point. You can snipe from a completely unexpected direction and not break that character's stealth. What the fuck are you gonna do against that? You have multiple... Yeah. I like that. I like that that's the thing that they've done. I see that they're trying to fix rangers, and they've kind of not done it. Rangers still feel... eh. They don't feel like... Ad break? Ah, sorry. Pact the Blades wording might up. Yeah, it does. It does open it up to new things. Where is it? I like that it, for Pact of the Blade, you can now use the Pact weapon that you have as a spellcasting focus. You don't have to switch. So, head pats for the yeah, I feel bad for the Rangers. I generally do. They tried to make Hunter's Mark. So the thing that Rangers would do, right, is they'd have to cast Hunter's Mark. That was the only really effective thing that they could do in lower levels. And as you got to higher levels, it was one of the only things that you really had concentration for. And so they tried to liven that up a bit. Except they've always got Hunter's Mark prepared for free and 2 castings per long rest. So in the last version they had variety. They've taken a back step on that now, whereas they were changing for it. Concentration got removed from magic weapon. That's handy. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like all these other classes have had a lot of changes to make them feel better and like, or not necessarily better, but different to the way they used to play. Rangers don't feel different. It feels like we took a step back, and they don't feel okay. Like if I was at a feast, right? Would I have the plain bread and butter, or would I have, like, if I was starving, would I have the plain bread and butter, or would I have the fucking delicious looking steak? Warlock. Would I have that? I'd probably have a steak. I'm a steak girl. But, like, why would you... I like the flavor of Ranger. I think it's really cool. The class features of Ranger make me feel like I don't want to take it. I don't want to be a Ranger because I don't want to imperil the party. It is a steak well done. It is cooked to the exact specification that you prefer. For me, it's rare. Medium rare or rare. What? Very much, yes. Most of the Rangers' positive changes in the spells. They removed concentration from lightning arrow and yeah. Yeah. People say if you want to play Ranger, just play Fighter with a bow. Still true in New Edition. I'll be entirely honest with you. You could play pretty much any class with a bow and have a better feeling and feel more useful than you necessarily would with a base class Ranger. Like, Warlock can make their pact weapon a bow. Do that. Why would you not choose that over this? I will admit the Hunter has an interesting thing, but I don't remember, because I've not played too much Ranger and not had too many Rangers, I don't remember if this is a thing they could do before, but Hunters now have Hunter's Lore, which is a new feature. I don't know if they had an old feature similar. It lets you know a creature's immunities, resistances, and vulnerabilities when you apply Hunter's Mark. This is at level 3. And that could be handy. However, 95% of players do not give a shit about it. They will just hit this thing with whatever they have, and then just cycle through whatever they need to. Maybe for tactical players, sure, but maybe take a dip into Ranger for 3 levels to get that, if you don't have a feature that does it for you. Yeah, I don't know. Fey Wanderer had a single change, by the way, a single change. Fey Wanderer's spell got changed. Dispel Magic got changed to Summon Fey. That's all they fucking changed for the Fey Wanderer. That's so funny. They changed Gloomstalker, made it weaker. By the way, I'm sorry that I'm just kind of reading off this because I don't remember everything that's changed in the new edition. So I have to look down and see what I'm seeing and kind of talking about. Yeah, so Gloomstalker's additional attack got removed. It has instead been replaced by Dreadful Strike, a 2d6 on-hit damage bonus you can apply per Wisdom mod per day. Why would you take away the extra attack? I feel like that's more important. Maybe you're going to do about the average of the same damage. Fine. But let the Rangers do something! Like, fuck, man. You can base it. I could really go for steak, actually. Stalker's Fury got completely rewritten. It applies additional effects when you use Dreadful Strike. You can choose to make an additional attack against a creature adjacent to the target or cause a 10-foot AoE emanating from the target. Don't remember what the Gloomstalker's abilities were before that, so can't tell you if that's good or bad. Yeah, it just generally just doesn't feel... Oh, okay, the thing I wanted to talk about with Ranger, right? Specifically Hunter. So, level 3 you get Hunter's Prey, which you got in the last edition too. And you can choose between Colossus Slayer and Hordebreaker. And now in this edition you can still choose between those, and you can choose between that when you complete a short or long rest. Cool, that's versatility for you. Not too bad. However, Giant Killer was removed, and Hordebreaker got nerfed. So, oh god, Hordebreaker no longer allows you to target a secondary target when you've already attacked this turn. What the fuck? Do I just not understand that? Do I just not understand the change that was necessary there? Because Hordebreaker feels like you would need to be able to attack multiple enemies. That's what the Hordebreaker does. It breaks hordes. So to take that away feels weird. Kind of tempted to do a Ranger Cleric multi-class to upcast Hail of Thorns, like ranged version of the classic Sorkinen. Ooh. That's tempting. That is tempting. Hold on. They fucking... At level 11 of Ranger Hunter, right? Of the Hunter class for Rangers. They replaced the multi-attack at level 11, but allows you to apply Hunter's Mark damage to another nearby creature on hit once per turn. Why? Why would you do that? Multi-attack is so cool. It's one of the things that you get as a martial, as a mixed martial class, that other classes do not get. Why are you removing that? Although I'm not sure how I feel. I think the superior Hunter's Defense isn't bad, with a resistance type to a damage type as a reaction. If you choose the damage type as that reaction, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's level 15 now. So. Yeah. I liked Rangers. They changed up the Beastmaster to try and get it to compete with, the Drake Warden. I still feel like the Drake Warden comes out on top because Dragon. No changes to that Beastmaster are going to feel as cool as a Dragon. But that's a personal thing. Why it feels like the prevalent, yeah, it kind of is. So imagine me, right? So I did this in 4 hours, and then tried to sleep, and I couldn't because I was a child and I was so excited for the event that I was like awake all day. And then I got to the event and walked in and dropped this down and went, I need to talk about this. I'm like, you need to let something out. Yes. I need to bitch about the barbarian. Like, I'm like, that's two? Fuck yes. Solidarity. Sorry. But yeah, it's... Why am I getting... I've got like 16 notifications on my phone and I don't know why. Yeah. See, I never like hating on something until I learn more about it. Like, if I learn about something and I'm still like, I don't like this, fine. Because I've made the effort to learn about it and I've given it a shot. I don't like hating on something when I only have half the information. Certain things accepted. I'm not going to explain what those are because that gets political and I don't have the patience for that today. I don't want to do that today. So I want to give this a try. I want to give this the best try that I can. But a lot of it feels like I have so many questions about where the motivations for. If I could just talk to wizards, if I could talk to some of the people that designed this, so I could get where they were coming from, maybe I would understand better. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I would understand their thinking and kind of be able to talk with them and question them. That would be great. I would absolutely love that. If anyone in chat can make that happen for me, please. But, like, you don't have to. But if you have those connections, sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been awake for so long. I've had 2 hours sleep. I got like 2 hours after the event last night, right? And it was really, really broken, and I kind of call it no sleep because pain flare after an event, I was so socially up. Sorry, I don't know anyone who says, damn. No, it's alright, I'll go ask my boss. My dungeon master boss, not my day job boss. That would be weird. He does not know what D&D is. It's funny. Because, like, if I talk about it at work, he's like, he does his best to appear interested. Like, genuinely good guy, just, like, really funny. He does his best to appear interested in what I'm saying. But I can tell that he's just like... It's so fucking funny. No. Yeah. I wish I could just kind of talk to them because... it just... I don't know. It feels weird. It feels... I made a joke. I made a joke to a bunch of DMs that it feels vaguely like revenge for the D&D, one D&D debacle a while back, where they were trying to take... well, they had the stance that they were like, you know, if you create anything using D&D, we can claim it. We fucking rioted over that. And it was the biggest kind of stand-up that we had. And now, the next edition changes basically fuck over the DMs in quite a few ways. And I made the joke. I don't think this is actual. I do not think they actually did this. But I'm like, turns out, this is revenge. Oh, is that nerd stuff? Nerd? I'm like, yeah, very much so. Rogues. Alright, the next one up on my thing is rogues. Let's see. Expertise has changed so that for first level, you can no longer select thieves' tools as a proficiency for expertise. I don't know why. Seems like a weird thing to remove, but more power to you, I guess. Rushing to get it out by anniversary. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But still. I don't know. It feels... I'm going to be entirely honest with you, chat, right? Entirely honest. It feels corporate. Maybe so the DM doesn't fear for their locks in early levels. Listen, you have a rogue in your party, you gotta fear for your locks. If, however, the rogue is not able to open these locks, you will have a fighter that will break that door down. Like, even if you don't have a rogue, that shit is still breaking. Although, my favorite thing is, you can have a completely unlocked door, you just have to have it closed, and if you describe to your D&D players, okay, so you enter the room, and at the far end of the room from you is a large wooden door with, you know, intricate carvings in it. You know, a beautiful kind of runic pattern. And you're just talking about descriptions just to fill out the scene, right? Because sometimes you fixate on little things in each scene and you don't actually assign any importance to them. It's just as you're looking around in your mind's eye, that's kind of what you picture and that's what you're building while you're building the rest of the room. But because the players are a bunch of balls of anxiety with legs, they will immediately fixate on that door being, oh, they're describing it in detail, it has to be something. I've had players stand at an unlocked door for an hour and a half, refusing to touch it, refusing to open it. And I'm sitting there like, why? It's just a door. Not to say I've not fucked with my players to do that. My favourite thing to do, I don't know if my Taves players are in chat, but my favourite thing to do is go, and which hand do you open the door with? No reason. I have no reason to ask that. There is nothing wrong with that door. It just scared the shit out of them. Yeah, if you wish a door not to get opened, make it ordinary. Who opens lock? Barbarian smash. My favorite thing, right, is heavy stealth. Heavy stealth. It's the orc barbarian who put all his points into intimidation. And so when he got caught, he would be, you know, see grog, and would like roll nat 20s. So intimidation worked like, nope, we do not see grog. Heavy stealth. Still slightly bummed they did day 0 fixes on the player handbook. There was a thing you could do with the poisoner feat and greys in the original printing of the book where you tried to miss repeatedly on purpose to keep dealing Ah, I see. I didn't catch that. I want to play a changeling rogue that playing like a spy and disguising as different races to go and do espionage. That's cool. That would be really cool in an adventure. With the right DM, that would be really, really cool. And by the right DM, I mean one that is able to create a sense of political intrigue. I can do that as a DM, but a lot of DMs don't like to do a lot of the political intrigues. A lot of DMs like to do the, the Ghost Slay Dragon things, that's not me shitting on the Ghost Slay Dragon things. 2 of the one-shots that I've created, right, to run it at Fortress on the weekends involve dragons. Because I am a child. Yes, multiple lengths is also like great for a changeling. Let's see. Go slay dragons, but don't kiss dragon. Slay the dragons. Lay the dragons. Slay the dragons. Lay the dragons. What did you do? Originally, the poison damaged when the dealt damage with it. It only ended if you actually hit with it, so you could deal damage in a miss. You could do it. Oh, okay, that's interesting. No, that's fair. I want to do political, but I don't know anything about politics. Okay, so I never used to be good at it, and I'm about to talk about Blades in the Dark. But I played Blades in the Dark, and I ran Blades in the Dark, and what that did for me was give me the ability to manage multiple actions of different gangs in one setting. Like, I was never one that created the kind of webs of intrigue. I do now, but I never did that on my own. And after playing Blades, I found out how fun it was, and 2, how amazing the moment of joy when you had a player do this action here that rippled across the city to fuck with people. And just so much fun. So, if you would like to be a better political player in D&D, definitely try out like a Blades system. Blades in the Dark. Played a fairy forest the player walked into. So yeah. That's the thing about D&D, right? You can play wherever, you can do whatever with it. It doesn't have to be ye olde times. You can put D&D in a functional reality, like in a modern reality. Fine, you'll have to tweak some stuff, but fuck it. But, like, that is why I'm not angry at this, right? I'm not angry about anything in this. Because at the end of the day, they gave us a system. That doesn't matter. It's like Uno coming out and saying that you can't put a +2 on a +2. It's like, thank you for the cards, Uno, but we'll take it from here. And that is D&D. Thank you for the rules, but we've got it. You know? Funny when the dominoes start to fall one by one. I still think my favorite moment in Blades in the Dark, and I talk about this a lot, is when I managed to pull off. So I'll explain it, and explain it to you the same way I explained it to my players. They had kind of come up, they were in the middle of a gang war in Blades in the Dark. So if you do not know, Duskvault is a city enshrouded in lightning. So you're locked into this tiny city, and it is full of gangs and all that. And they're currently in a gang war, so they're pretty much fucked, right? So they're looking for allies. So I send them to the university. And they kind of go in and go up the stairs, and they see, as they get to the top of the stairs, the hallway is trashed. There are claw marks in the walls, blood splattered everywhere, doors kicked in. And at the far end of the hallway, they see an open door that has been blasted open. And a young woman standing, looking down at something behind a desk. And she's just very calmly standing there, looking down, waiting. And they make their way over. And they have that kind of conversation with her, and she's like, listen, don't step into the room, you know, unless you're willing to help me, just stay where you are, please. And they do. And eventually, they talk, and she's quite reasonable. And they're like, okay, so what do you need us to do for you? What is it that you need? I need you to solve a murder. They step into the room because they've agreed to help her. Like, oh my god, whose murder? Who was killed here? She looks up at them, and the entire left half of her face, gone. They are talking to a ghost, and she goes, mine. And the way my players swore at me, so proud. So in Duskfall, ghosts are a common thing. It is rare to see them so put together, but it's quite a common thing there. So the way they reacted, I am so proud. Technically, was it by the exact definition of the rules? No. Because in the exact definition of the rules, ghosts exist as echoes. And fully formed echoes don't have the ability to kind of interact with people or understand them. Fuck that. This ghost was powerful. It can talk to them. I needed it to talk to them. And the thing she was looking at, by the way, is her own body behind the desk. So, that was fun. One of my favourite characters is a socialist vigilante, but he's more out there Batmaning exploitative bosses in his industrialised homeworld than being involved in faction politics. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's this whole idea of, if you do not like the rules that they have set down for you, and you're running a game, you don't have to follow those rules. The only rules you have to follow are the ones that the game master sets for you, because the game master is the one that decides what's canon and what isn't, what is okay by the rules and what isn't okay by the rules. It's why on Taves, right, if I make a ruling, and usually it's Sage that corrects me, goes, hey, this isn't quite by raw, you know, because I don't remember all the rules. I do it professionally, I still don't remember fucking shit, man. You know, and they'll correct me. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that goes, okay, I can understand that, and going forward we will apply that rule. However, in this instance I've made the call that it's this, and we will move on. The reason I explain that is for purists who come into my chat, or go into my DMs saying, you did this wrong. No, I didn't. It's my game. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I remember you talking about this in one of my streams, Amon. It was very interesting. Yeah, so it's why I'm not mad at this. Even though I don't like a lot of the changes that I made. Like, I'm not fond of. Not liking seems a bit harsh. I'm not fond of the changes thus far, and I need a bit more time to play with them before I kind of understand them. I'm not mad at this. Because if I don't like it, I don't have to use it. It's not like they deleted the old version. And even if they had, I have the books. They can't delete what I own. And even if they could, I would just do a new system. I would switch things up. Like, okay, so there's a system that has recently released, like last year, year before, something like that. The Marvel system for the Marvel 616 system. That is a broken system, because my character, right, because I was playing on would-be heroes for a while. I've kind of taken a step back because of my health, but for a while I was playing this character called Synapse, who is a technopathic mutant, right? 1, she was broken as fuck from the start. 2, I gained the ability pretty early on, about 2 or 3 months into the game, where I could use portals. Dimensional travel, right? Summon a portal. I could connect 2 points in the multiverse, as long as I'd seen them. I could make a portal from next to me to the fucking moon. I could do that. Didn't cost me shit. Because I built my character as a kind of focus-based character. That's broken as fuck! What are you going to do against a character that is telepathic and thus can take the image of something from someone else's mind and just open a portal there? What are you going to do against that character? What the fuck are you going to do against her when she can talk directly to your computers, download a map of like whatever secret base you have. Take a camera shot of that base. What are you going to do against that? I do love, the very first time I used it though was really funny, and I felt so bad for the DM, but it was really funny because she had this, so I'm not going to give too much away in case I end up going back to it. Going to lurk, absolutely no stress, lovely. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your lurk. So she has this amulet, right, that has this mysterious entity in it, and it kind of makes her very much like Venom, kind of very amoral and very destructive when it kind of takes over. And the very first time she used her summon portal was just after her friend, someone that she had been kind of bonding with, and one of the first real friends that she's had in her life, got killed in front of her. He got better. But to her, he'd gotten killed and his body and soul were being snatched away, right? So the very first thing, I felt so bad for this, the very first thing she did was like, okay, so my power, like me to the DM, my power is this, right? I can open a portal to anywhere. Yep. Anywhere at all. Yep. As long as I've seen it. Yep. Okay. I open a portal underneath him, because he's standing on the ground. I open a portal underneath him and link it to the bottom of that lake, because I can see it. I can do that. He falls, because of course he does. It's an instant. He's not flying. He falls to the bottom of the lake. I close the portal. I wait 2 minutes. I basically waterboard this guy, bring him back, drop him in front of me, and I tell him very simply, now how would you like to visit the moon? Because I can see the moon. You want to go there? And my poor DM was like, I was, no, so I needed him to undo what he did to my friend. Because basically what had happened is his soul got stolen. And it was being taken away. I needed him to undo that because she couldn't do that on her own. So the very first time I had this power, I waterboarded the guy, which makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, I felt so fucking bad. I felt so bad. Like, she was broken in a lot of ways, and I didn't make her to be broken. I built her to be a support character. I built her to be entirely like the girl in the chair kind of thing. Like, very much like Futaba from Persona 5. Very much like that. That's where I wanted to design her. And I gave her Summon Portal because I was like, you know, we're having troubles moving around this city. Like, you know, what if I could just open portals and get them directly to it? I can give them that. And I didn't really think about what it would do as a combat thing. What's D&D without a little bit of waterboarding? Exactly! But, yeah, so there's a lot of broken things in this Marvel system, right? Still needs a lot of work. It's being improved, but it still needs a lot of work. But here's the thing. I don't have to use anything I don't like. Like, originally, right? You level up so fast in that game. Like, so fucking fast. You just go up ranks pretty much every couple of sessions. It would be like if every 3 sessions you leveled up in D&D. You would get so powerful so quick. Like, regardless of what you were doing in those sessions, you would level up. So, you know, we adopted a new system, kind of fixed. Scary when a kind character stops again. Yeah. I had such fun with that. But yeah, so the point I was making is that you find this, systems are not immutable. If you do not like the system that has been created, if you do not like the work that has been done, change it. There are no rules on that. You can change D&D to be whatever you like. You can change it that a natural 1 is actually the best role you can have. There are no laws against that, you know? So if you don't like the changes that are being made in these books, you can get upset about that. Yeah, hell yeah. Am I frustrated that it feels like very corporate and very much catered towards getting new players instead of keeping old ones? Yes. Is it going to stop me playing D&D the way I want to play D&D? Fuck no. I love D&D too much. Like, you know? And I know I'm just ranting now, and I apologize for that. But y'all signed up for it, so. Yeah, it's just, people get very hung up on what you should do in D&D and what you shouldn't do in D&D. And my general rules for any any kind of TTRPG, any TTRPG I play, I have pretty much the same rules across all of them. 1. Player safety and sanity. I will not do a thing at my table that makes my players uncomfortable in a way that they do not enjoy. And I specify it in a way that they do not enjoy because my players are trauma hounds. But, okay, an example, right? It will be very, very rare in any of my games that we will talk in depth about spiders. Because I have arachnophobia. Any game that I play in, they're not going to talk too much about spiders if they're a good DM. You know? I can handle spiders. I'm Australian. I can handle spiders. I just don't like the idea of them crawling on me. Because that would freak me out. So, in my games, you're not going to get that. Does that mean I can't have other things crawl on you? Does that mean I can't freak you out in other ways? No. It just allows me to be creative. But the key thing is, like, I have this thing, like, any player at my table is choosing to trust me to look after them and not hurt them in a way they do not enjoy. And I think it is the responsibility of everybody who takes on both the DM role and the player role to make that a priority at your tables. You make that a priority, you don't get horror stories. You don't get the weird ones where they, you know, rape or violate characters or take all the agency away. Because at a table where everybody respects each other's boundaries and veils and everyone can communicate, those lines don't get crossed. There's just no point. And before anyone comes in here being like, you know, everyone's too soft these days, fuck off. Immediately fuck off. I don't care. I've gotten enough of those DMs. I don't care. I'm not going to defend it. I'm just going to say fuck off. Yeah, so my rules are simple. If you're at my table, you trust me to look after you, I will do my best to take care of that. It does not matter if you are my friend. It does not matter if I have known you for 6 years. I can and will remove you from a table if you are making other players deliberately uncomfortable. I did it. You know? I've done it. I did it with a friend that I'd known for 4 years, I think. I just went, no, fuck you. Well, no, I didn't say fuck you. I said, listen, your behavior is making people uncomfortable at this table. You either stop doing it or you will be removed. They didn't stop doing it. They got removed. The other one is, if a DM makes a decision at the table, while I will allow players to argue with me, if I say, no, this is the decision we're making, that's a decision that happens. I don't care. Within an extent. You know what I mean? If it is a personal choice for that character, no. That is not what I mean. If it is a rules question of, like, hey, DM, can I, you know, put my shield on top of this giant explosive, be blown up in the air, and slide down a castle rampart without taking any damage? No. You can do that. You're going to take damage. Of course you are. You know what I mean? Like, there's that difference. Now, player who doesn't like a specific... Yeah. Yeah. Like, I have arachnophobia. I will not use giant... Like, I have spiders in taves. But it's going to be very rare that they're going to encounter... Like, I can deal with the big spiders. I can't deal with, like, the little ones that crawl on you and get inside your... It doesn't matter. I can't deal with that. That's not going to happen at my tables. Some of my other players have other issues I will not talk about because it's not my place. But there's that kind of line. You make allowances to help for your players, because of course you do. What fractions of DMs who will allow the 2024 will also use expanded rules. I've updated one of my characters for the 2024 rules, and I also need Elven Accuracy in the Magic Stone cantrip to make it work. I'm going to be entirely honest, most DMs are going to blend this. From the ones that I've spoken to, the ones that I work with, if they're going to use these rules, they're going to cherry pick the rules, very much so, and that's what I intend to do too when we update. If it is something that you need to make things work, I'm like 99% certain if your DM is a good DM, and I don't mean like, you know, top tier DM, I just mean one that is actually able to listen and make changes as a response to that, they're not going to mind. Unless it's like, unless that combination makes something like a coffee lock, I highly, highly suspect that they will just blend the rules where they can, and that's what I intend to do. Depending on if I'm making it as a personal game or if it is a professional game. If it is a game that I am being paid to run, I will use whatever rule set I've been told to run in that instance. I still have my own, like, things for it, but, like, if I'm being paid to run this system, I will run this system, because that is what I'm being paid to do. And that is the experience that my players at the table want. Which is why I did that deep dive, and why I have so many opinions on it. Yeah. The older system... Yeah. Especially if you're updating characters. If you're updating characters, it makes more sense to blend things than to remove them. If you were starting a brand new campaign, that would be different. But if you are continuing a campaign, it would make more sense to blend it, and I believe most DMs are going to blend. Hey, we won! Thank you to Pneumatologist and Commander Tolian, welcome back by the way, for the most kills and most assists, much appreciated. And congratulations to Doom on your bonus shit, I hope that it helps. Alrighty, let me start the next battle. I don't ban anything in my games. I like players coming up with stuff they want to do and having fun to do it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really banned anything in games. I might have said, no, this doesn't work from a lore perspective, or it will be broken to include, but the second I do that, I think the best example I have for that, right, is very much a yes and. In Taves, my bard, Umbra Lavender Liculum, right, in the episode that this happened, they had a tracker placed into a journal, so a magical page that was tracking them, and they wanted to get rid of it, but they wanted to mislead someone. They don't have any animal taming. No one in that group has animal taming. But like, hey, DM, can I, like, you know, I have a lute. Can I, a lute or a musical instrument? They had a musical instrument, and they're like, can I, you know, summon a rat? I'm like, that's not a skill you have, but tell me how you would do it. Like, why would a rat come to this music? Tell me how. And they were kind of thinking about it. They're like, could I spell cheese in musical notes? I'm like, no, because that, in musical notes, there are not no letters for that. But what you could do is do it in Morse code. I mean, it's unlikely the rat's going to know it, but you could do that. They're like, yes, I would like to do that, please. Cool, roll performance. Fuck, I got a nat 20. So they got the only rat in the city that speaks Morse code. And they put the tracker, tied it gently to it, and set it off into, so it's fucking funny. Derailed like some shit later, but that was so good. Yes and, or no but. You're allowed to say no as a DM. It is okay to say no. What I find best to do in that situation is to provide an alternative. Like, see what they want to do, help them get the way to do it in a way that works with both your story and what they want. Like the rat example, like a lot of like different things. Like, could I do this? No, because of A, B, and C. However, you could try this, which will will get you a similar result without breaking things in that sense. It's not like Coffee Lock Infinite Power stuff, but it's more like Lusk-based support character, and without Elven accuracy. Yeah, if it's not broken, I would see very little reason as to why your DM wouldn't allow it. That said, your DM has the final say, and thus my advice is going to mean very, very little. Hello, Drag. Welcome in, lovely. How you doing? I am doing very well. I've still got a really bad chest infection, but I had an amazing time last night. I met a couple of idols of mine, not like pop idols, but D&D idols that I've wanted to meet for so long, and I got to actually have a conversation with them, and I don't think I embarrassed myself too much, because one of them followed me on Instagram and is totally cool with perhaps grabbing a coffee in Melbourne for PAX, which I am just freaking out. I don't know if we will, or if they were just being nice, but that was so fucking cool. I nearly cried. I often listen to a loud version of it, yeah. When it's balancing worries to them, I blatant, yeah. The thing that a lot of people, especially when you're new to D&D, and when you're starting out, will think is that it is players versus DM. It is not. It is not players versus DM. Even with all the things I described in here, especially like the barbarian stuff, like me going, how the fuck am I going to kill a barbarian? It's not because I hate the barbarian. It's not because I want the barbarian to suffer. It's because tension in D&D comes from believing your character is in danger for whatever reason. If I cannot put your character in danger, I have to find other ways to do it. But if, like, I can find others, I will find other ways. But if part of the things that you want is to feel like your decisions matter, like your character could die at any moment, that class makes that impossible. And that's what I was frustrated about. Doing okay. Ooh, Ratchet and Clank. I love Ratchet and Clank. You know what I want to play? Like, want to go back and play? It's fucking Spyro. I love the shit out of those. I 100%ed all of those games, by the way. At least until some of the really new ones. I didn't finish those. But I, on the PS1, PS2, I 100%ed those. And I actually have this amazing memory as a child because my family have been gamers for a long time. We played Crash Bandicoot. I'm dating myself here. I'm 33, by the way. I remember... I don't know if you guys have played Crash, but some of the levels involve riding either a polar bear or a tiger through like Temple Run kind of thing. And they were speed timed ones. And I remember distinctly, I got a really, really good score, right? An amazing score. Like an amazing time. My father... I love him to bits, by the way, before I finish the sentence. I love him to bits. It wasn't serious. I wasn't upset in any way about this. He stayed up for like 6 hours trying to beat that score and only stopped playing when he did. Like, how fucking funny is that? And you know what that did for me? I immediately, as soon as he beat my score, I'm like, well, now I need to beat it. My mum understood and she bought me biscuits. Like sugar. It was so fucking funny. I don't remember if I ever beat it, but I remember, like, because we, as a family, we would play some of these games together. It's still, playing games with my family is actually a tradition I still keep now with my sister, in that I play the From Software games, like Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, all that. I've played all of them with her. She does the lore, and I get my ass kicked. Brilliant. I try to avoid the no from the start. Here's the thing. In D&D, no is very, very useful. And honestly, there are times when I wish certain DMs would have just said, no, you can't do that. Instead of going, maybe not, like, or having, like, fucking around with it. Just say no so I can go on to the next idea, you know? Tell me why it won't work so I can then come up with an idea that will. I don't mind being told no. If everything I'm doing gets a no, then it's pissing me off. But if something's not going to work, cool, I'll just fix it. That's why I asked. It's not a demand thing. Yeah, so I sorry, tangent. But, yeah, no, Ratchet and Clank, I used to love the shit out of that game. I know there are multiple of them, by the way. I've played some of them. I haven't played all of them. Did anyone ever play Abe's Odyssey as a child? Or, there are a couple of games that I remember. Hold on. I gotta think about it. Blinks the Time Sweeper. Did anyone play that? I fucking loved that game. That was such a unique fucking game. And I've not seen any game kind of do that since. When I have an argument for it, yeah. That's the way I run D&D. That's why I always say to my players, I will make a ruling, but if you would like to try and convince me otherwise, you can. Otherwise, it's this. And my players will occasionally take me up on that. There have been moments where they're like, actually, could I roll this instead because of ABC? Yeah, that makes sense to me. Do it. My thing as a DM is if you can explain it to me in character as to why it would happen that way, chances are you're going to get it. Chances are you can do it the way that you want to do it. If you cannot explain to me why it can happen in character and it's purely a meta choice, no. Like, I will go through so much for RP, but not not meta stuff. Yes, Abe's Odyssey is fucking... I forgot how sad they were. Fuck, man. Like, you remember some shit. Some of those games were, like, dark. Give me good... Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much my function as a DM. I'm just like, yeah. If you can convince me as to why it's happening this way, that's what I will go with. What was the game? Oh, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Did anyone else play that? I still quote that game to this day. Not because it was necessarily a good game. I don't like a lot of it. But if you played that game and your character died, you met death. And in that game, the first time you meet death, he goes on a rant about cats. My sister and I still quote that to each other to this day. I played that when I was very young. Stranger's Watch is good. Yes, I liked any action game that had a non-lethal option. Yes, yes. I love when games have the ability to play the way that you want to play them. There's something to be said for a game that has a specific way in mind for playing them. Some good examples of that are like, what was it? The parkour games. Mirror's Edge, that's it. I was gonna fucking lose my shit if I could remember. Yeah, you play that game, you can't fight for shit. You have to parkour around and stuff. Fine, that's the design of the game. I like a game that allows you to choose the style, like Dark Souls. Yes, the game is 99 times easier if you can parry. 100%. Or if you play a tank build. Fine. I am a twitchy motherfucker and will dodge. That. I like to be quick and I like to hit things really, really hard. So I tend to make glass cannons. But I can finish the game doing that. And that's what I like. The reason why Dormammu I've come to bargain is a running joke at my table. Yeah, so if you do not like the new rules that they are creating in this new system, newish system, don't use them. There is no legal law that says you have to. You can be frustrated with it, don't get me wrong, I'm not invalidating frustrations with that. I'm just saying, you don't have to use them if you don't like them. You don't have to agree with them. Like, some people still play the original Dungeons and Dragons. More power to you. Don't want to, but more power to you. It's what works at your table, and that's the important thing. There is no universal rule for what is the perfect match for a table, in my experience. And, yeah. It's weird how Assassin's Creed moved away from that. Yeah. The thing I didn't like about Assassin's Creed, like, I liked the first game. I liked the first three, I'll be honest. My favourite was definitely Ezio's, the Assassin's Creed 2. Yeah. Altair kind of pissed me off, but that's just a character thing. He gets better by the end of the game, but yeah. No. Sorry, I've got a eyelash. Ow. The meta-narrative of Abstergo and all that was really interesting. I thought that was really, really cool. I didn't like that they remove it. They make it, like, it's not that they remove it, because if they'd removed it, it'd be fine. You could have, like, an opening cutscene where you go into the Animus, and you just assume for the rest of the game your character is coming into work and going into the Animus. Fine. That would be fine. But they don't. They pull you out of the Animus, out of the fun stuff, to make you do a walking simulator for no reason. There's no point to it. Nothing in the world outside pays off narratively enough to excuse going into it, in my experience. And it kind of frustrated me a lot. I didn't like the end of Desmond's story. I think that was a cop-out. But yeah. They got lost in... Yeah, they definitely got lost in the source. I was going to say something. Yeah, so the new changes to D&D. I'm willing to give them a shot, and I'm definitely willing to run games with them. Will I be converting my systems thus far? No, not yet. It needs more playtesting, and it needs the right kind of players. And by right players, I don't mean like perfect players. I mean players that are going to listen when I say, that is broken, we need to fix that. I know that's what it says in the description. However, we need to impose some restrictions on that, because otherwise you will take the fun out of the table for other people. And as long as your players listen to you about that, it's perfectly fine. Like I said, I will run that system when I get paid to run that system, or if the people I run these games for want to do that, fine. If it is a game that I am designing, I will probably meld and cherry pick some of the newer features. Like the Warlock invocations. I love that. That's so fucking cool. I would take like the fighting style changes and the ability to change cantrips on level up for a lot of classes. Yeah, fuck yeah. That's quality of life improvements. Some of them aren't quality of life improvements, and I won't be keeping them if I have a choice in the matter. Let's continue me breaking down some of these changes, by the way. Also, I may have a DM friend joining me if they feel up to it. They're currently at work, or heading home from work. So we will see if they actually do join me. So, Assassin for the Rogue. We're in the Rogue section now. I jump back and forth, but I want to talk about the Rogue section. Assassins. There was a feature that Assassins had that I didn't use, ever. I never had the reason to use it, and I've never seen anyone need the reason to use it. Except for like a one-off gig. And that was Infiltration Expertise. They've reworked it, and I like the rework thus far. No more false identity, right? So all the paperwork shit, that's gone. But you can perfectly mimic speech and handwriting. That is so much more useful. Because now you can use like Kenku mimicry and just lure guards away. You can send letters that are perfectly mimicked to your target. That would make sense for an assassin. It also has improved to the point where steady aim no longer reduces your speed to 0, which makes sense for assassin. I can work with that. I like that. Fair enough. The AC stories left me after the Facebook game just killed off the whole... Yeah. Here's the thing, right? I like some of the Assassin's Creed stuff. I like some of the stories that they're telling. Black Flag, for me, was peak. In terms of the open world. Not of the Abstergo side. But the open world pirate thing, fucking great. I loved that. That was peak. And after that, weirdly enough, in the same way as this feels very corporate, that the later games have felt very corporate and have lost that vibrancy to them. And a lot of that is to do with the way they treat their writers and the way they treat the game production companies and all that shit. Which is really, really sad. Which is also why I'm a huge supporter of the SAG-AFTRA. AFTRA? Basically, the Writers and Actors Guild. I'm a huge supporter of that. I know I'm very, very small, but they have my support. And I always speak out for them, if I can. They did remove Imposter, which is fine, but that's fine. Soul Knight didn't get too many changes. Like the Psy Warrior Fighter, they've specified that the dice for those specific classes can only be used on those specific class powers. But, like, fair enough. The people that were using it across like that were usually people who had a better knowledge of the game and were then kind of like... They were kind of fucking with the system anyway, so... People aren't really gonna get mad about losing that, I guess. Sorry. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Support your unions. Unions. Psychic Blades now have the Vex weapon mastery and can be used for opportunity attacks. Handy. But those are the only 2 changes to the soul knife. Yeah, not really anything interesting too much in the rogue sense, I find. Let's see. Sorcerer. My notes, as I get towards the end of this long as fuck document, right? There's still quite a bit to go, but as I get towards the end, my notes get a little bit sloppier. Because sorcerers get a level 1 ability called Innate Sorcery. It's a new one. But the way I've described it is spend a bonus action to be really, really good at offensive spells for a minute. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't remember what the fuck that means. I read the entire player handbook in 4 hours and made notes. I don't remember this shit. Ow! Son of a bitch. Okay. That's fine. Let's see. The sorcerers have undergone good mechanical improvements, from what I can see. Like, Careful Spell, right? Now allows it so that protected creatures take no damage if the spell would have dealt half damage on a successful save. That was such a frustrating thing, a frustrating omission in the 2014 rule set. Because, like, can't I just protect my friends? Like, can I just not hit them, please? And now you can. If they succeed their saves, they no longer take damage. And I think there are ways to make sure that they automatically succeed with Careful Spell, so that makes sense. Although it is going to ruin Fireball memes for everybody. Like the, I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball. Let's see. Quicken spells changed only in that it's explicitly you only get 1 level spell per turn, which is just a terminology change, and it's pretty good for that. I like that they changed Seeking Spell a little bit. So they've reduced the amount of sorcery points required to do it from 2 to 1. And they can be used on a spell already affected by metamagic. That opens up so much versatility for the sorcerer. Subtle spell omits material components if they're not consumed by the spell and don't have a specified cost. Handy. A lot of the time, low-level spells, for me in D&D, I just assume you have the shit you need to cast it. Because I don't like resource-intensive games. Because I don't do well tracking that shit. So I generally do it. But as you get to higher levels, it's also like, I kind of wish I had... Like, you have to start imposing resources to continue to keep it dangerous, I guess. I am kind of sad about one thing, though, in that they've changed Twin Spell. It's completely reworked at this point. It only works with spells that add more targets at a higher level. That's one. That's a change. You could just twin any spell before. And it costs 1 sorcery point to add 1 more target. So you can no longer do Twinned Haste, which, again, was a bitch for a DM to handle, but it was pretty fucking funny. In the interest of not choking on air this time. Yeah, and that's just baseline sorcerer stuff. I don't know, some of these changes are really good, some of them don't make sense. Draconic Sorcery is changed a little bit. They changed the AC, so before it was 13 plus Dex, now it's 10 plus Dex plus Charisma. Which makes more sense, because Charisma is your spellcasting modifier. Why is it not affecting something that is technically the result of a magical effect upon you? Which is, you have draconic blood in your veins. Why is it not affected by a spellcasting modifier? I like that change. I think that's a good thing. Elemental Affinity is finally useful. It is now permanent, and you do not require SP for 1 hour of resistance. So a lot of people would not use elemental affinity because sorcery points were so much more useful for meta magic. Now, with this ability, it takes some pressure off of them so that they can have this effect without having to cost too much for it, and it's not a broken thing for it. Although, the level 18, so they removed Draconic Presence, and I was gonna be mad because that is such a cool ability. They added something, and given my conversation earlier, I immediately approve. You can summon a dragon companion. Allows you to summon a dragon once per day, and you can modify the spell to last a minute and not require concentration. I could summon a dragon. I'm sold. I'm such a child, I'm so easily pleased. Searing Smite is really good now. A lot of people were upset about the Sorkadins being dead with the Smite changes, but Searing scales better and there's no upcasting limit on any Smites. Yes, so they deal more damage and not burning through multiple spell slots. Yeah, Paladins are now a little bit more interesting. Lay the dragon, slay the dragon, lay the dragon. Bard, what did you do? One-shot quest is, you know, if you're out there, man. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of dragons. I think they're so fucking cool. I've always been a huge fan of dragons. So I wrote a one-shot, right? So as I mentioned before, I am a professional DM at Fortress, and I have 3 that I kind of cycle through. 3 one-shots that I run. 1 is a murder mystery, which I will not give away the plot for. 2 is one that I designed for St. Patrick's Day, which is Yuan-Ti focused, has a guest dragon. You're not going to find it unless I want you to find it. And 3 is you have a group of level 2 adventurers being sent to a town that's under a dragon attack. And every year, for some reason, the dragon attacks this town. And you don't know why. And so the players have to investigate and find out why and all that sort of stuff. And, like, I wrote it for a Mother's Day one-shot, so it has, like, kind of good vibes now, if that makes sense. Like, I wanted a one-shot that was, like, that could just be fun. You didn't have to have world-ending things. It didn't have to be traumatic. Trying so hard not to make it... Don't get me cancelled, man. Okay. I'm not too sure on the wild magic changes, the wild magic sorcerer changes. So, now you decide, at level 3 for your wild magic, if you roll the d20 for wild magic instead of your DM. I thought the whole point of wild magic is that it was not in your control. That's what made it fun. That's what made it interesting. Why are they giving us control? Why are they giving the players control of that? And taking away the unique feature of it. Tides of Chaos now always triggers wild magic, that's fine. They remove spell bombardment and replace it with Tamed Surge. Once per long rest, cast a leveled spell, then trigger an effect from the wild magic table of your choice. That's a level 18 spell, like level 18 thing, so I'm not mad. Like I said, once you kind of get up there in levels, the broken stuff is kind of okay. Because at that point, your DM is both experienced enough with you to still kind of catch you out. And 2, your character has survived to that point. They should get to feel broken. They should get to feel powerful. You know? Ew. Also, yes, I am just flicking through my notes at this point. We talked a little bit about warlocks before. So, I noticed a little thing in the level 9 feature for warlocks. In that you can... It's called Contact Patron. what it actually does is allows you to cast Contact Other Plane once per day. It does not specify that it is to talk to your patron. Thematically, it would be. But rules as written, you could talk to whoever you wanted. Like, let's see. Invocations, some, like we said before, those were some really interesting changes. I like the changes they made for this. Fiendish Vigor automatically gives you the max roll. That's handy because fucking Fiendish Vigor was a bitch to use before. Let's see. Witch Sight has become very interesting in that it's been upgraded to permanent true sight within 30 feet. Now that is both very handy and very strange at the same time. It could be very, very useful in a campaign. And your DM would have to play it very carefully. But if you were clever, you could 100% play on that. Because it's true sight within 30 feet. If you're clever and just kind of tweak your descriptions just ever so slightly, so all of the things that are shapeshifter are outside 30 feet by just a smidgen, your player is going to kick your ass. The Eldritch Blast boosting invocation working, yes. Which, since you can get any cantrip through the Pact of the Tome, yes. Holy shit, that's going to be so much fun. Could you imagine? Yeah, with Repelling Thorn Rip and Spike Growth, fuck me. Oh my god. Yeah, cheese grater looks. Look. Hey, the battle's ready to begin. So we will do this. We'll probably do one more, I think, unless my DM friend does come online, and I'll get them in to bitch with me. Thank you for the fox ears. Hold on. There we go. There we are. Hey. It's really weird doing this in the dress I wore to work. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. So, Archfey. Archfey's got Misty Step, which is handy at level 3. And Steps of the Fae allows you to Misty Step for free, Charisma modifier times per day, and allows you to also add effects of either giving temp HP for you or an ally, or impose disadvantage. Whoop. I'm sorry, my VTuber is not active, otherwise you'd see the head pats. Hey, Victory! Thank you to Doom for the most assists. Much appreciated, lovely. Congratulations to Doom and Infamous for your bonus shit. I hope that it helps. Okay, yeah, so one more, I think, so that's about another half hour or so. Because I am still trying to look after myself. Okay, so, yeah. Warlock's now being able to give HP to allies and themselves on teleporting for free. I don't know about that, but Warlocks are squishy, so I'm not immediately mad about it, if that makes sense. The imposed disadvantage on enemies where you teleported. It doesn't specify singular. On all the enemies around you when you teleported. I believe there's a distance. That's very handy. That, God, if you can bind an Archfey Warlock with the Barbarian, the World Tree Barbarian, good fucking luck. Good luck as a DM, man. Misty Escape allows you to, this is level 6 feet, allows you to cast a reaction. Misty Step is a reaction when you take damage, triggering Steps of the Fae, which is very handy. A lot of the changes for Archfey seem to be survival based, increasing the survival of the Warlock, which I'm not mad about. Warlocks are and have been, unless you play, I think, the Pact of the Blade, not the Blade, the Hexblade. Unless you play the Hexblade, Warlocks are squishy. Like, they are so squishy. So giving them a little bit more survivability kind of works. This is the one that I think has been researched the most, and the one that has been play tested the most. Yeah, level 10 you get Beguiling Defenses. You don't reflect Charm anymore, but when you're hit with an attack, you can halve the damage and force the attacker to take the same amount of psychic damage on a failed save. Okay. Not mad, not impressed, it's just a feature. I'm not really have too much to say about that, but the one that gets me is level 14 feature. When you cast an enchantment or illusion spells with a spell slot, you can cast Misty Step for free, triggering Steps of the Fae. So, enchantment spell, charm person, fucking just disappear, reappear someone else, giving them disadvantage on any future saves against charm person for the next round. Cool. Great. But level 14, not mad. Celestial Patron didn't get great. Didn't get bad, but it didn't get great either. Make love locks, not warlocks. Oh god, could you imagine a College of Dance Archfey multiclass in this new system? Permanent advantage on any checks involving dance. Otto's irresistible dance, combined with like the beguiling presence of the Archfey, and the ability to impose disadvantage when you teleport. With being able to teleport for free up to your charisma modifier times per day, when charisma is the main casting stat for warlocks. That's gonna be fun. That is gonna be broken, but that's gonna be fun. Okay. Yeah, nothing really important I found for the Celestial. I like the change they made to Fiends, to the Fiend Patron, in that Dark One's Blessing now applies when someone else kills a creature within 10 feet of you. So you don't have to get the last blow anymore. That's just quality of life. Like, because it was really fucking annoying as a warlock to do, like, let's say 55 damage, and then someone does 2 damage, and it kills it, and you don't get that bonus HP. You're like, but I did so much. I worked so hard. And it would kind of get people pissed off. Let's see. They've changed up the spells, so Blindness and Deafness was replaced with Suggestion. Flame Strike is now replaced with Geas, and Hallow is replaced by Insect Plague. That one I don't get. Why is Hallow replaced with Insect Plague? Because I believe Hallow is like consecrated ground, or you can make consecrated ground. And yes, I know it's a demon, but like that one seems a weird inclusion, and I don't understand it. Do you guys have any ideas why that would be? That would be the specific spell it's replaced with. It's really something that we got 2 different subclasses with charisma-based unarmored defense. Yeah, like fuck. Yeah. Let's see. Dark One's Own Luck has improved to the point where you can use charisma mods, use it up to charisma modifier uses per day instead of just once per short rest. A lot more fun, because it did feel kind of useless in regards to the rest of the shit you get as a Fiend Warlock. Okay, no, actually, I was going to bring this up. This is weird. Fiendish Resilience, right, now prohibits you from selecting force damage. Why? Why is that the one that you... So in this new version, they seem to be kind of leaning more heavily on giving a lot more things force damage, which cool, because it was a very rare damage type, and so having it meant very few things were actually resistant to it. Why are they prohibiting the Fiend Warlock from using their resilience to get resistance to it? That is a weird inclusion. I'm not mad about it, I'm just confused. Because I don't see the point. Like, why would they stop you from taking that specific damage type? Radiant? Okay, I could see Radiant, because Fiend. Okay, yeah, it would make sense that if you're channeling your patron's power, you are not going to be able to become resistant to something that they themselves are weak to. I can get that. Force damage, though. Why is force damage the one that they picked? The change that they also made for quality of life here is that Fiendish Resilience is no longer bypassed by magic or silver weapons, which is handy. But I don't get the force thing. I don't get the force thing, and I don't get Insect Plague. Insect Plague is a great spell. Don't get me wrong. Don't get why. Why that specific spell? and why force damage is the one you cannot choose as a resistance. Baffles me. I think I'm gonna have to bug the other DMs about this. Like, I just imagine there is going to be times where I am just gonna go, like, just drop in on the group chat, because we have Discord and I have a bunch of group chats with them. Just drop in and be like, guys, help me think of something, because I don't understand this. What the fuck? I've done it a few times, actually. Which is why when I walked into the event yesterday and dropped the paper, I was like, they're like, okay, hit me. Let's see. Hurl Through Hell now allows a save, and the damage is reduced from 10d10 to 8d10 for a level 14 ability. Kind of annoying, but eh. But you can recharge it with a packed magic slot, which I'm not mad about. Great Old One has had some interesting changes. Awakened Mind now requires a bonus action to establish a link, okay? But you can only have one link at a time, and your range is several miles, but it only lasts a minute. That's weird to me. Why give it such a big range if it is only going to last a minute? I mean, yes, it's meant to be used on enemies so that when they teleport away, you can still find them. But for a minute... I mean, in D&D terms, like, that's 10 rounds. But if you're not in combat, that goes really quickly. That seems a weird one. I'm not as confused, but it seems a strange thing for them to focus on. They've replaced spells as well for this one. So Sending got replaced by Hunger of Hadar. That makes sense. Dominate is replaced by Confusion, which also makes sense for me. Because the whole thing about the Great Old One, right, is this very unknowable madness. And, like, that is one of my favorite things about cosmic horror and about like, Call of Cthulhu. Not the book, but the what it would be if the author wasn't a dickhead. But it's not that this... I'm sorry, I'm going to ramble about this because it's kind of interesting to me, but it is not the fact that these eldritch beings are unspeakably ugly. That is not the point. That is not what eldritch madness is. Eldritch madness, and I read this in a post years ago, so do forgive me if I paraphrase. Eldritch madness is when, for just a second, you see as they do. So, like, I think the example was an ant. So, an ant could crawl over a circuit board and not understand what it is. And it would not go mad from seeing the circuit board. It just doesn't understand it. You know, it's not important. But if that ant, for like a second, could see it the way we understand it, well, let's say someone who has an understanding of what circuit boards can do and the possibilities that they have, if they could see for a second about, like, how those things work, what that thing is, they understand now. They understand. They have colors they have no names for, experiences they've never had before in their life. The world is bigger and brighter and sharper and far more dangerous than they ever understood, and then it's gone. And you know it was there. You understood. You knew you understood. And you can't now. That is Eldritch Madness. You would give anything to get that understanding back, to understand again. That is Eldritch Madness, and that is my favorite type of great Eldritch being. So, having the change from Dominate, which was a fine spell, though it worked thematically, to Confusion, works thematically for me. Because you kind of inflict that presence of the Great Old One, that for a moment your entire world is changed and different. In summary, I don't think we're spending enough on supporting mental health services for ants. No. Also, I love that as a society, we are so fixated on the idea that societies have to have, like, a leader, that we've done it with ants and with bees. Hive minds mean one member of the quality is not technically more important than the others. They each serve as a function, but the queen is not giving orders to these ants. Her purpose is to, you know, manage the hive, that kind of stuff. But she's not in charge of the hive, if that makes sense. And it's always weird to me, the way that people have kind of been like, no, the queen makes the orders, does what she does, like everyone does what she says. No. Hive mind means there are no individuals, which means no one has more power than anyone else, which means no one can give orders. Anyway. The one I don't understand is Ever's Black Tentacles being replaced by Summon Aberration. Summon Aberration is fine. I think that's definitely a good spell. I have noticed that a lot more of the classes in this are summoning more. Which again, kind of frustrating as a DM. Because if you've ever run combat, the thing that slows combat down the most is getting through everyone's turn. And when you add a shit ton of summons to that, it triples the amount of time that you're spending in combat. So it's making life a little bit harder for the DM in this case. I would not argue against it. I think it's a cool thing, and I think if you want to use it, definitely use it. But it's weird that they're giving, well, it's not weird. They are definitely giving more classes more summoning spells as native features of their classes. And that is like, please, can you talk to a DM? Please? Because as a DM, I'm telling you, there is one thing I hate, and that's running combat. I'm not good at it. Like, I can admit that. I'm not great at combat. I'm okay at combat. Why are you making it harder for me? Let's see. Dominate Person is also replaced by Modify Memory, which again, I think is very thematic. Dominate still works as a spell. I'm fine. I think it still works thematically with the Great Old One. Because the presence of that mind presses down and commands. Totally chill with that. I like the flavor of having this Modify Memory. Because again, as in the example that we used before, they understood and then they don't. And you give them a glimpse of something to shatter a memory. That is just fucking cool. Queens are a tool for making more ants. Yeah, that's their job. That's what they do. Just as the soldier ants, well, the guards, the hive, defend the hive. That's their job. That's what they do. Let's see. You can change, at level 3, you can change the damage of all your warlock spells to psychic damage. That's interesting. Yeah. I like the level 10 feature that they've gotten now, which is immune to telepathy without permissions. This is Thought Shield. Immune to telepathy without permissions. Cool. Makes sense. Resistance to psychic damage. Also makes sense. And creatures that deal psychic damage to you take as much as you do. Which is like, but I'm resistant to psychic damage. Which means I'm going to take half damage. Which means they're only going to take half damage. Which can be good, but also like, can I just do a backlash? And just make them take the full amount of damage that they try to inflict on me because I'm resistant? Please? I don't know. Level 14. My notes on this, so the feature is Create Thrall. My notes on this is, get really, really good at casting Summon Aberration. Thanks, past me. Really helpful. Okay. Let's see. Wizard. Let's see. They're okay. Memorize spell allows you to replace one of your prepared spells on a short rest. Handy. Wizards used to have to do that on a long rest, so that gives them a little bit more versatility. Early game wizards are quite weak, which we've all known. They've improved that a little bit. And reduced the amount of classes, subclasses for wizard, I believe. Because I've got Abjurer, Diviner Evoker, and Illusionist as the subclasses. There's no Necromancy anymore. There's no time. There's... that's a bit weird. Let's see. They all pretty much have the same thing. So, like, Abjuration Savant, Divination Savant, Illusion Savant, all have the same thing. In that you can grant that particular spell when you get a new wizard level. Whatever. Each of the subclasses that have that. I don't get this though. I love that I'm just reading this and just like bitching about it. So they've changed Arcane Ward for the Abjurer, right? In that, you can now burn a spell slot as a bonus action to get the same amount of HP that you would have gotten from casting the spell. Why? What purpose does that serve? Is there something I'm missing in that regard? Because I don't know. That seems like a useless feature. So I must not be understanding something here. I must have missed something in my readings, because I don't understand why that's important or why it was a necessary change. Why would you waste a spell slot to fake cast a spell to get health, when you could cast a spell to get health? Maybe because it was a reaction? But why would you then waste a spell slot when you have a healing potion? And everybody has a healing potion. I can see being useful in an emergency, but it seems weird that so many of the features in this book have been moving towards generalist, always kind of useful in most situation style things, and then have this be the thing that isn't. The thing that is a specific use in specific situations. Again, I'm not mad about it. I'm not sitting here going, what the fuck? I'm just, like, curious. They did change the projected ward, and they have improved that one, in that the protected creature's damage resistances now apply before damaging the ward. Great. Meta-wise, thematically, doesn't make sense, because it's not hitting them yet, but given how squishy wizards are, I will let that slide. Diviners had pretty much no changes other than the third eye, ethereal sight option being removed. Otherwise, it is completely the same. Evoker actually had something moved. Oh no, yes, they've moved Potent Cantrip from level 6 to level 3. And you will always deal half damage with failed cantrips rather than just when your target succeeds on a save. Okay, yeah. I'm not mad about that. That's fine. Let's see. Sculpt Spells, however, was moved from level 2, when it was really, really useful at low levels, to level 6. Which, not a bad thing, I suppose, but it does kind of take away a bit of that versatility, because having the ability to sculpt your spells around your party made a wizard a lot more attractive to have in a party in the early game. Late game, you have enough health not to worry about it. In the early game, every point of HP matters. So if you're taking damage, like from a wizard's fireball, if you're taking damage you don't have to from that spell, from a table perspective, you're going to be a little bit frustrated. Not that there's ever excuses, but yeah, it's a bit weird. The magic missile machine gun got nerfed with empowered evocation. And Overchannel got nerfed as well, in that it only boosts damage on the turn you cast a spell. So all of you who liked to use Sickening Radiance at max damage, sorry. The Illusionists got some very good upgrades, actually. So their improved illusions extends the range of their illusion spells, removes their verbal components, and gives you minor illusion for free. Lets you create both sound and visual effects, and allows you to cast it as a bonus action. That's handy, because a lot of the illusionist one, I've never played an illusionist, so I could be biased on this, but it felt very much, you had to have the right campaign to do that, because otherwise it wasn't very useful to you. This feels more useful to you, and definitely feels more thematic in regards to a wizard, because a wizard has dedicated years to studying this. They would be really, really fucking good at their specialty, you would hope. I say that, I spent 6 years studying psychology and research. I'm not that great at it. I mean, I am, but, like, I'm not a master by any... I have a master's. I need to stop talking. Anyway, they removed malleable illusions, but replaced it with phantasmal creatures. So summon beasts and summon fae are always prepared. And you can turn them into illusions and cast each of them for free each day. And by casting them as illusions, you trigger improved illusions. Good for distractions. I don't see too much use of it outside that, though. And Illusory Self can now be recharged by spending a level 2 spell slot. These changes, I don't understand. I genuinely don't. And that's not a bad thing, because it's a chance to learn and to find out new facets about this game that I love. But, like... I've definitely said it before, and if you've been here with me through the full 3 hours of this, I'm sorry. But it definitely feels more corporate. It definitely feels more like they are catering to newer players, not older ones. And while I 100% agree in reducing the barrier to entry, because this is a hobby that I love, this is a hobby that brings me great joy, and I want to share that hobby with people, and having a huge barrier to entry stops that happening, you should still want to include the people who have been in the hobby for a long time. You should want to make them as excited about this new edition as everyone else. And it doesn't feel like we were necessarily... I'm not going to even say a priority, I'm going to say we were even included in this. It very much feels... So, like, if D&D as a system were to come out today, it would be designed like this. It would be designed like this, and then future editions would narrow and, well, it would expand so that you would have more niche things. It's gone from being expanded down to this very narrow set of things, and I don't like it. I don't like that they're taking a lot of life out of it. Yes, there are some great quality of life improvements in this, no doubt. And I'm not hating on Wizards, and I'm not hating on Hasbro. And I'm not hating on the designers of this book. I'm going to make that very, very clear, as I've made it very clear throughout this stream. I'm not hating on them for this. The impression that I get from reading it, and from my cheat sheets, and just from kind of talking about it, is very much, this is not a D&D game for people who play D&D. It is a D&D game for people new to D&D. Again, not a bad thing. But why? Why would you not take advantage of the people who propped this industry up during COVID, who backed you when you made some pretty fucking terrible decisions? Like, I'm still mad about that whole thing that they tried to do. Like, no. You are not getting any of the shit I worked on for free. And I ended up having a discussion with my players, like, if they actually go for this, Taves as a game is switching systems. I will learn Pathfinder. Right now, I will fucking learn it and play that instead. Thankfully, they backed off. But it seems weird that the focus is entirely on new players and not on the people that have been supporting it for a long time. Does that make us more important than the new players? No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we should be included too. And that does not feel like that's what's happened in this instance. It very much feels like... Because for other systems, have you looked into Lancer? I've played Lancer. I only played one session of it, though. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but I need to learn more about it, because it seems very mechanics heavy, and that's not necessarily a system type I enjoy. But I thought D&D was very mechanics heavy too, so when I first started, and now I really enjoy it. Because the number must go up and they must get new wallets. I mean players is the ecosystem, yeah. Otherwise it feels like an unexpected rebrand. D&D has a huge nostalgic charm, and that will always be, yes. Nostalgia is such a powerful motivator for sales, and it is such a key thing in D&D and in all TTRPGs. In pretty much everything. Nostalgia will carry over a lot of flaws. Is D&D 5e perfect? Fuck no! There are so many problems with D&D 5e. There have been so many problems with each edition of D&D, but they address it and they move forward and they keep trying and changing. I support that. And again, if you do not like the changes, you are not obligated to use them. yeah, I just, what I wanted to do was come on stream today and just kind of have a talk about it, because I finally am in a place where I kind of understand shit now, and I feel not necessarily qualified, because I was already qualified to have an opinion on it before, but having learned a lot more, I feel like I know where I stand in regards to the target audience on this, and I can very clearly say I am not the target audience for this new system. And that's a shame. Because for me, D&D has improved my life. It has changed my life. I have friends now that I would never have had if I had not started playing D&D. Like, one of my best friends, right, is one of my modifiers, and his girlfriend is currently in chat, and I adore her. I would not know them if I did not, at one point, say, fuck it, I'm going to play D&D, and I want people to play with me. And I went on Reddit and found a bunch of people, and my mod Bayleaf was one of those people that applied to my game. I would not have this friendship. I would not know these lovely, amazing people. I would not be a streamer, and I would not have the job I have now as a professional DM without Dungeons and Dragons. It has made a huge impact in my life, and I'm very, very grateful for it, which is why I will never be one of the people that is, like, hating on it, because no matter what you do to the system, you cannot take the fact that it's improved and changed my life. You may take the system and burn it, fine. Like, please don't do that. But at the end of the day, what I have is not a set of rules. It's not a set of laws that I follow. It is a world and an idea that was built and created so much joy for me. You know? Like, I've never run a module, right? I've never run a module. Why? I can't remember shit, and improvising for me was less terrifying than trying to get people to follow a module. Was I bad at it to start with? Fuck yeah. Am I good at it now? Yes. Like, behind the scenes, there was an episode of Taves where my notes literally said they went and did this. That was where the episode was supposed to start. That whole episode, they did not do that one thing. I improvised a 3.5-hour session, and it is one of my favorite episodes of TAFE. Combats is very tactic style. Did you? Yes. So Sage ran a Lancer game for us. We only had one game. It was supposed to have more, but I got sick on the second one. And I will just say really quickly, look, this is the last battle. It was a lot of fun. I very much channeled Diva from Overwatch. Plot is very rules light and flexible. One of the books adds playbooks. I was just trying to understand the mechs and like how that all worked. The way the game ran, very easy. The mechs I was just trying to understand, and I didn't have the ability to be so flexible with my systems as I am now. Yeah, many people bonded with their parents and found their partners through it. No matter what Wizards do, no matter what Hasbro does, they will not take that from anyone. They can't. You cannot, like, not to be like revolutionary or whatever, you cannot take what was never yours to have. You cannot take memories from people. You would if they could. But D&D does not belong to them. In that sense, they are the ones that create a version of the world. They are the ones that have a general say on what new rules are established in. Yeah, they, like, D&D as a commercial license belongs to them. Yes, I'm not disputing that. D&D as a narrative experience, as a game, as a thing that you do with people does not belong to anybody else but you and your players at that table. Taves does not belong to anybody else but me and my players. 100%. Living memory, yeah. I don't remember what license level. I'm really sorry. It has been a long ass time. If you're in the Discord, I will ping, or like I'll just at Sage and see if they remember. It's really recommended to start with level 0 with the Everest or the starter mechs. Yeah, so this was a one shot, and I was sick when we were playing it, so it was a good year and a bit ago now, and my brain doesn't work on the best of days. Living memory, yeah, living memory. Like, Actually, so this is interesting, right? And it's something. Ooh, victory! Thank you to Commander Tolian and Minuus on the most kills and most assists. Much appreciated, lovelies. That will be the last battle for tonight. And congratulations to Commander Tolian and Minuus on your better shit. I hope that it helps. That's, like I said, that's going to be the last battle for tonight. As I do have to end pretty soon. But I will say this, right? My brain just went. What was I saying? Fucking brain, man. Say something. I'm so sorry, my brain has just completely gone blank. And you know the worst thing? I'm gonna remember it when I go to bed. And like 2 a.m. be like, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay. Living memory. I don't remember. Okay. I guess what I'll talk about now then is just very simply... Oh, writers! That's it. Oh, I got it. So, right. I used to be very, very self-conscious about a lot of things. I'm working on that. I'm still self-conscious. I still have those days. But as a writer, right, I used to look at other people's work and be like, I cannot write that. What is the point of me writing? What is the point of me doing D&D? What is the point of me telling a story when it is not going to be this amazing story? When it is not going to be, you know, someone else could do it better. First of all, no one else can do it better because no one else can do it like you. And that is very much the same for D&D. No story that you tell, even with the same players, the same table, with the same DM, will be the exact same twice. Because it just can't be. Things are forgotten, things are created. But, so that's the first point. It's unique to you. And it follows into the second point. No one else is going to write the story that you are going to write. Yes, they may write a similar story. Fine. But no one else can do what you do. No one else can tell the story that you need to tell. No one else can write what you need to write. So you have to do it. If you want it to exist in this world, you have to do it yourself. And I don't know about you guys, but that really lifted a lot of my imposter syndrome. Maybe I will never be as great as Critical Role. Maybe I will never be an amazing published author. Maybe. You know, maybe I will never get to the stage where my books are read around the world. Okay. That doesn't make my story less worth telling. It doesn't make my story less worth writing. Because no one else in the world can write the story that I write. That's also another reason I'm pissed off with the whole AI scraping thing. Because it doesn't do creativity. It doesn't tell a story. It doesn't create a story. It generates one. And that's different. Agreed. Hello, oh lordy! Like if it's your idea, it's impossible for... Yeah, make it to the concept fully and authentically. Yeah, no. Like, so... If you take... So Dungeons & Dragons is a great example, right? I told a story where my party went and fought a dragon. Yeah? But the DM next to me telling a story where their party went and fought a dragon is not going to tell the same story. They're not going to focus on the same things. They're not going to find the same things interesting as I will. They're not going to be, you know, necessarily focusing on the way the fire licks at their skin when it hits the ground, the way the draconic presence feels as they try to draw in a breath that just won't come because this creature is massive and it shakes the ground when it walks. The way the sun glints off of black scales and drool drips from shining serrated teeth. Yeah, they could say the exact same words, but that's not the same story. There's going to be different motivations. There's going to be different important things for them to describe that I would never think of describing. you know? I just spend 10 minutes describing gnarled curl tone. Yeah, like that's cool. Like, listen, I am obsessed with those tiny details. I am obsessed. Like, I love painting this picture. I think the opening to Taves Saw Tales is one of my proudest openings to a campaign ever, right? And if you have not watched it, please do. It's up on YouTube. And it's the opening itself is actually also a short video because I was that proud of it. We're also on Spotify if you're interested in just listening to us. But I will say that I don't edit the episodes. I just put them up because otherwise I would never get them up. So everything's kept in, including my technical difficulties. Nothing loud, it's just... yeah. That opening was my favorite because my players don't like to be on camera. So I was on camera and they were on Discord and I could see them, but they were not being broadcast to stream. And I give this opening and all of them, to a T, were looking at me like, son of a bitch. and Sage's like, oh, okay. Not Sage, Skull. Okay. And that was great. And no one else, like, yes, you could make an amazing opening, sure. And I'm not going to doubt that. I'm not going to say that anyone else couldn't do that. No one's going to tell the opening I told. Even if they said it word for word. It's not the same. And that is something that you need to both become accustomed to as a creative. You have to be aware that, yes, other people are going to have similar ideas. Fine. Other people may tell a story very, very similar to yours. But only you can tell that story. Only you have the ability to tell the story that is part of you. Again, also why I don't like AI in its current state. I've always seen writing as creative arts as anything that has to do with that creative side of the soul. Even coding is also part of this. Like, I know machines can code, but a beautifully created code that isn't necessarily efficient, that can't be created by machines because machines wouldn't need it. My point is, if you want it to exist, it has to come from you. Doesn't matter if someone else can do it better. Doesn't matter if someone else can do it quicker or easier than you can, because they can't do it like you. They cannot tell your story. They cannot tell the story that you need to tell. So, just try. Maybe it'll suck. Maybe you'll send it out into the world and no one will like it. Okay? But it's yours. It's your soul. It's your piece of you that you shared with the world. And that is what Hasbro and Wizards have not remembered in this new one. Yes, they get to choose the rules. They get to show us rules. We don't have to accept them. And no matter what they do, no matter how fucked up they go, D&D as a concept, as an adventure, as a thing that brings people together does not belong to them. Commercially, the Dungeons and Dragons trademark belongs to Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro. I'm not disputing that. The stories that are told through D&D don't belong to them. The experience does not belong to them. They own a set of rules and a set of lore. They own a set of books. And that's it. Player shock is less common than DM shock, and yeah. Yeah, so I actually went on a rant on this earlier, Lordy, in that AI was supposed to take the humdrum tasks, the tasks that were boring, the tasks that could be automated. That's what they were supposed to do, to give us freedom to create. Instead, dude bros and tech bitches, whatever, are making them, trying to do it as an art form. That's not where AI is supposed to be. And I was like, the way I described it is, I do not care to read something no one cared to write. I do not care to watch a movie nobody cared enough to create. I don't want to see a piece of art that nobody cared to create, because the art of creation is not in the mechanics. It is not in the assembly of color. It is not in the aligning of words. It is in the piece of ourselves that we place inside these works and share with other people. That is the difference. And until AI is actually sentient and has its own, that can until it can actually think for itself, because at the moment it can't. It is just a very, very advanced generation machine. It can't think for itself, and until it can do that, it cannot do what an artist does. It's just can't. Preach, thank you. I get really passionate about this because it makes me angry, and yeah, it's a Google search of everything, and it's not even an accurate Google search. If you've seen some of the bullshit that the new Meta AI in Google brings back, it's broken. It doesn't work because someone fucked up the data. If AI becomes sentient, I will revise my opinion and where I need to. I am fully committed to having opinions and stances that can change if I am provided with evidence that completely is contrary to it. That, I think, is an important part of being human and being an adult. You will be wrong. Everyone is. You are not perfect. You will never be perfect, and that's not a bad thing. You will make mistakes, and that is okay. That is fine, because the important part when you make a mistake is that you learn from it. Like, have I accidentally said racist stuff because I didn't understand that it was racist? Yes. Did I get it explained to me and then never ever say it again? Yes. But I would never have known that. I would never have known that that was racist until someone went, hey, that's actually really racist. And they had no obligation to explain it to me. They just told me that it was. And I didn't know. And so I fixed it. And that is what being human has an obligation to be. You have to be willing to entertain new information to grow. So yes, I will 100%. If in the future you see me come out going, AI is actually pretty good, it'll be because it is sentient, and I have received enough information to believe that it is a person in and of itself. And person I mean as a free-thinking creature that can think on its own. And I'll adjust my opinion then. That's not a bad thing. It's not me backing down on an opinion, The representation of self and lack of autonomy and creation are gone. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah. Recent AI, no, it's not artificial intelligence, it's a virtual intelligence. And they're calling it AI because they want people to believe it's a smart machine, and it's not. It's a generated one. It's a very, very good generated one. It can think quite quickly and do these generations at ridiculous speeds. It is not sentient, not yet. And when it is, I will change my opinion. Until that day, it does not have the ability to create art. It does not have the ability to write a novel. It does not have the ability to make a movie. Humans have that ability. Animals can have that ability if they're able to convey meaning in what they do in a way that we are understanding of it. I'll attribute that to animals, fine. But I don't think art happens because a light turns on. I don't think art is created. If a light was just to turn on without anything else to it, it does not make art. It exists as it is, and that is perfectly okay. It can just exist as a light. It doesn't have to be anything else. But it can't be art unless someone gives it soul. Does that make sense? It's going to release a service here in Norway where you get AI planned road trips. And if you look into the underlying infrastructure, it's just ChatGPT being fed with prompts from Norwegian travels. God, really hope it doesn't get someone hurt or killed. Jesus. That annoys me so much. And also, ChatGPT, right? I didn't know this for a long time. I just thought it was a silly internet thing. It is causing major power outages. It is guzzling down power and contributing majorly to global warming. Like, there are regions in the US that are losing power because of running ChatGPT. But it's more important to the billionaires and to the people in high-tech positions that they can do that, and it's stupid. It's why I don't use the character AI or anything like that. As much as I'm interested, I think it'd be cool, but I can't. Not with the way that it's currently costing. And that's not me calling out people that do. I'm just saying, when I was made aware of it, I couldn't do that. It's just a database, yes. 45 minutes on Microsoft Access and I can build a database. Another hour and I can make it something to read the database on point. Yeah. I mean, I can't. I'm shit at code, but yes. It's really bad for climate and the poorest, vulnerable. And water waste. Yes, it guzzles up so much water. We don't have that water to spare. We don't. Yes, but it's also because our obnoxious, out of date electrical grid. Fair. But yeah, it's something that, like, there have been rumors, right? And I don't know enough information about this, which is why I'm specifying this up front. I don't know enough information about it to give a completely informed opinion. But there are rumors and a few tweets that I've seen that Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro are going to bring in AI to D&D. No. Sorry. Doesn't work for me. I will not use AI for my work. Not because I think I'm better than anyone else, but because AI does not have the ability to do what I do and create. Will I perhaps use random name generators? Sure, I can't make up names. I'm fucking shit at it. I'll more likely go and ask my sister, who has a fucking encyclopedic knowledge of so much lore, and can give me a name that has like a thematic thing for what I need. You know, I would probably go and ask her, because she's really, really good at it. She helps me design tapes, by the way. But I'm not going to trust it to make decisions for me. I'm not going to ask it what is the best choice to make, you know? We can't have avocados, but we should all use AI. In states like Texas, for example, the grid is 60% of the original. Jesus. They've been caught using AI art. Jesus Christ. D&D players are all about arts and crafts, and you want a robot to replace it. Yeah, no, it can't. The more you try to fit AI into D&D, the less it will be D&D. The less it will be the thing that people have supported and loved. It will become nothing. And that sucks. It will suck to watch Wizards go down that path. It will suck that happens. But whatever they make of it at that point is not D&D. It will be a mess, and they can have that mess. They can keep their grey sludge of a million of the same prompts. They can keep that, because what belongs to me is a story. You know? Also, I know I said about under the half hour, but I'm having fun. As well as using human-created art, funneling it through an AI art generator to modify it and claim it. I don't like corporate. I know I'm dressed in a very pretty, like, work dress. I don't like corporate. Stop my group from using D&D Beyond and supporting... Yeah, I gave up my subscription during the debacle of 1D&D. I requested ChatGPT to make me an image of Donald Duck dressed as Napoleon. It replies me, oh Jesus. Now we use Sword of Cepheus. D&D is highly creative. Anyone artist who makes art, but when they struggle for a concept, they start searching. Yeah. Also, if you are trying to find art on the internet to take inspiration, or if you're in like a home game, and you don't want to use AI art, if you put into Google like minus or before 2020, let's say 2020, but like before AI became really, really popular, 95% of the results of AI will be removed from your search, just so you're aware, because it will look into the metadata of those images. Yeah, I learned that. It's not my tip. I've accidentally used AI art in a I'll repeat it, don't worry. I accidentally used AI art in a home game. I didn't know it was AI art. It looked fine. And a friend of mine was like, no, you can see, like, not mad, like, no, you can see, like, there's no sense in here, and now I know to look for it. So it's easy to be called out on it. It's why I don't show art on stream unless it was commissioned. You know? Yeah, AI does not understand limbs. It's fucking terrifying, guys. But yeah, it's this whole thing of, like, they can't do it. And here's the thing, right? I can't draw. I can't. I'm learning. I'm currently working my way through trying it. I've always wanted to, and I've just never been good at it. And I want to learn. But even I, not being able to create in that way drives me nuts. Even I can look at this AI art and see nothing. I can see emptiness in it, and it's not what I want. AI art. Yeah, so, Sarah, if you add in quotation marks before 2020 or minus 2024 minus AI, it will cut out 95% of that AI art in your Pinterest, by the way. That's how I do it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just AI, as in its current form, does not belong in creative industries. And the fact that it's being pushed so hard. See, I made this argument earlier, and now I'm kind of cycling back to it. If it was a natural progression, if it was definitely something that should be in the creative spaces, you would not have to fight so hard and use such underhanded tactics to get it to be there. You would not have to scrape illegally people's details. You would not have to steal people's data to make it work, because it would be able to do that on its own. Well, not steal the data, it would be able to create the thing that you wanted it to create without stealing from anybody else. The fact that it has to steal means it's not capable of it in itself. The constant reinforcement that we needed just proves to me that we don't. Yeah, it's hard. And, like, do what... Yeah, doesn't steal since everyone agreed to it. Yeah. Did you guys see the Disney thing? Where they were like, oh, because you agreed to the Disney free trial, you can't ever sue us. Even in a death suit. A wrongful death suit. They're like, nah, you can't. Sorry. Obviously, that didn't hold up in court. But, like, a free trial? You're kidding, right? You're going to use that agreement to try and get out of a wrongful death charge. I will also fistfight Disney. I will fistfight Adobe. It's honestly, like, corporations are so greedy, and I don't like them. And that's not new. That's not a new and revolutionary opinion. But, like, fucking... So the streaming services, right? Disney, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all that shit. They are going to fail. They will. Because now they're adding ads back in. Now they're going back to TV. Like... people are going to start pirating it again. And here's the thing, right? I am on their side. I'm sorry, I'm not spending $50 a month. I haven't done this because I'm too lazy. But I'm not spending $50 a month to watch one thing and pay for like 16 different services and still watch ads. No. Fuck off. I dropped my Netflix subscription back when they said you couldn't share it with family. I'm like, you don't get to tell me what I do with an account I paid for? Sorry, but no. And I immediately, like, nah, fuck you. Also, their price kept going up. Purchase doesn't mean ownership. Pirating can't mean that. Yes. Exactly. It's not new, but it's been exacerbated by corporate greed. It's stupid. And it frustrates the hell out of me. Because people... Like, it is very easy right now to look at the world and lose hope. It is. Like, I get that. I've had dark days, and you look at this world and there are so many people, so many things in this world that is just like, why the fuck is this our life? Why? And it gets very, very easy to get swept up in that. But one piece of advice that I have, and it was by Mr. Rogers, way back when things are bad, look for the helpers. And if you do that, you see thousands of people, millions of people standing up for it. They fight. Maybe you don't see them as much because the news reports bullshit, because all we see and all that is pumped into our homes and into our houses and into our radios and everything is just corporate greed taking everything. That's not what the world is. And if it was that way, they wouldn't need to enforce it this way. If this was the natural state of humanity, they wouldn't spend so much money making propaganda. They wouldn't spend so much money force feeding it to us every day. So, I guess what I'm sorry, I'm going on a complete tangent, but I guess what I'm saying is hope is rebellious. And the more they try to take it from you, the more you kind of get the sense that it's dangerous to them. And that means you've got to hold on to it even harder. I'm sorry, I got a little bit emotional, but like, it's something that annoys me. Because you see all this shit. I was pissed at Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast with that whole bullshit about if you create through D&D, blah blah blah, it belongs to us. Fuck off. Yeah, I was pretty much immediately done as soon as that happened. They stepped back, fine, but they lost a lot of trust. I'm not saying that this new book has anything to do with that, but it just, yeah, they can try and take it, sure. Like, okay, they make it illegal, like in the far off future, they make it illegal for you to play D&D without paying them every time you play. People will just not play D&D. They'll play a homebrew. They'll play another system. They'll tell a story in a way that does not matter the rules that they play it by. And that to me is the best thing, because you can try. When we're talking about D&D like drug street names, yes. The whole thing is just uncomfortable, but it's low-key too late, which is scary. I don't think it's too late. I don't think it's too late for anything just yet. I think at this point it looks dark and it's scary, and there is a lot to be scared of. And I'm not minimizing that, but look around and you will see that there are so many people who feel just the same way as you do, who are scared and tired and just want nothing more than just to have tomorrow be normal, and to have one day where corporations aren't trying to steal every fucking dollar you own. And there are a lot more of us than there are of them, of these corporations. And they will find that out. They will. It'll take time, but... and the reason I'm kind of going on this tangent, right, is in the last month and a half, I've changed my antidepressants. I think a lot of it's, yeah, corporate shill. Yeah, it very much does. I believe there was a rot that started at the top and now it's kind of gone through a lot of the company. I hold out hope, however. Looked a bit into the Hail of Thorns range smite thing a bit more. Ranger dip with True Strike from Magic Initiate and then Cleric the rest of the way to upcast Hail of Thorns on a heavy crossbow. The Blessed Strikes seems like it would be pretty good, though it's sad for the Ranger that it's in the place Warlock used to be, for where it's better to dip for committing rather than committing. Yeah. Yeah. Hasbro's done this before. But here's the thing. Like, so what I was saying before, right? In the last month and a half, I have been changing my antidepressants. So for those of you who don't know, I have clinical depression and anxiety, right? I don't hide this because I feel like as a streamer and as a person, talking about it kind of addresses a lot of the stigma. I don't really talk about the way I feel a lot of the time on stream, because that is a different thing to talking about my experience with it. And going through, so I've been on this other set of antidepressants for 10 years, right? Going through this switch. So if you do not know, when you change your antidepressants, or when you start antidepressants for a month, your emotional mood swings are going to be bad. Like, statistically. That is why it is imperative you do not stop taking antidepressants suddenly, and why when you change antidepressants, you have to be really careful. They've worked wonders for me. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm just saying it's something that you should be aware of. The last month and a half for me has been one of the hardest mentally that I've had, because I had forgotten what it felt like to be back in that headspace. Because for the last 10 years, I have had a barrier between me and the depressive thoughts and the anxiety thoughts. I've had that barrier. I had those thoughts, but I was able to recognize that they were not my thoughts. They were just a byproduct of my brain being fucked up on dopamine and not having enough of it. And having that barrier removed and being exposed to it again has been a lot. And I'm telling you this because for a month, I had no hope. I was just like, I just got to get through today, and I will get through it. I will do tomorrow. Just one more day, 1 more hour, 1 more minute, and I will get through it. And so when I look at the world and I see the shit that is going on, the mess that is going on, the, let's be dramatic and say darkness that is kind of seeping into everything, I think very much about how I feel when my meds change. The problem is not with us. It is a problem that is infecting around us, but it's not our fault, and it will get better. And looking at this stuff and thinking it will never get better is a byproduct of this disease that they want you to have. Because if you have this disease, you don't fight and you don't try. And that is the scariest thing for them. If you fight, if you make your voice heard, you know? And I know I'm rambling. I know I came onto the stream and I was like, let's just talk about the new handbook. And we're here. But I will tell you this. This is the thing that keeps me going. Right? That barrier, the knowledge that those dark thoughts are not my own. Even when I'm here, knowing, like, because that barrier is gone for me. And I have clinical depression. It's not, like, I made a joke to my doctor once when I was kind of telling them what was happening. Like, I got a good grade in depression. I have the clinical version of it, yep. Which is slightly different to generalized. I'm not saying it's worse, I'm just saying, like, it's one of the few things that doctors actually recognize in me. And I see so much of the mess in my head relate very much to the state of the world and the state of society. There is so much of this noise, of this impulsive darkness that is kind of pushing into our heads. And that is what we get in our phones and our TVs. Every conversation, everything around it, our hobbies are invaded by it. Much like depression invades everything you do in life. Depression is not correct. Depression is not right. The world is better off with you here, and it is worth fighting until tomorrow. It is worth fighting 1 more day. It is worth fighting because you have to finish the milk in your fridge. It is worth fighting because who's going to feed your cats? You know? It is worth it to fight. And if you look at the shit in society, if you look at the bullshit that corporations are doing, if you look at all of that, and you look at it through the lens of it being depression on a collective consciousness, it becomes a little bit easier to handle because you know it's not correct, and one day it will be fixed. It's just, you gotta get through it. My betta fish needs me. Okay, well, it was nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. Nothing holding up. They are the first to fall for the propaganda. Not always, but they're very vulnerable to it. Because a lot of creators, not just like online creators, but a lot of creatives spend their life listening to the impulses in their brain to create. There's that channel. And the most insidious thing about society is that it can use that channel to pump that propaganda into your brain. So it's hard. Oh, why I can't go? Okay. Yeah, that's a good reason. But yeah, so if you look at it like that, if you look at this shit that is happening as this depression trying to force its way into your brain, it becomes easier to realize that it's not correct. There is better things. And it's shit. I'm not denying it. There is so much shit right now. There is a lot to be scared of. There's a lot of things in this world that are terrifying. Yes. but they're not the things that matter. Things that matter will get you through. And these bullshits, it will change. It always does. Taking authority away from outlets like that is key, I feel. Yeah. You have to learn as a creative, and it's something that I'm still learning, that... I'm going to say voice, but it's not like a voice I hear. It's the voice that you channel to create. You have to be aware that other things can influence that voice. And you have to be aware that indulging that voice is good for your creativity, but dangerous if you leave it unchecked. Gandalf's speech on top. Sorry. Often the small things are worth so much. Yeah. If, like, I don't know. I think what I want to say, most importantly, is something I wish someone had told me before I started taking antidepressants years ago. Before I realized I needed to start taking them. And it's okay if all you did today was survive. I'm still proud of you. And that sounds trite, but it isn't. I have chronic pain. I have a sickness that is not diagnosed and may never be diagnosed. And some days all I can do is survive. And that's okay. Because not every day is going to be big. I still love the artist who painted a canvas white and named it Take the Money and Run. Yeah, very proud. Yes, that got a bit heavy, and I do apologize. It's just, yeah. It's so sad. Oh, thank you. It's amazing to think I've come so far. That like, last night, right, I got to meet Eva and Zach from Deerstalker Pictures. Like, what? Me. Little old me. And I got to have a conversation with them. I got to sit at a table, and I got to talk about Blaze in the Dark to these people. I got to ask their opinions on traps. I got to learn so much about them. And, like, I did this. And 2 years ago, I couldn't talk in front of a crowd. I couldn't get on a Discord call with anybody because I hated the sound of my own voice. And, like, this is gross. And, like, I really appreciate that you find it satisfying. It's just, it's important for me to acknowledge that I'm proud of myself as well. I like zooming out of my essays to see all the pages in small and... Yeah, my habit, right? So those of you who know, I've done a master's in research, and what that entailed was a 25,000 word thesis. And what I would do for very, very annoying essays and for that thesis and for my psychology thesis is I would print out a copy after I submitted it, and I would take it to a barbecue, usually at a park, and I would burn it. And it felt so cathartic. You are that person... Oh, Sarah, you're gonna make me cry. Thank you, genuinely. I do that with my D&D writing. I'll burn it. Yeah. It was very cathartic, like, genuinely. So the story behind my thesis, right? And I know I'm just babbling at this point, and I will probably wrap up soon enough. But the story behind my thesis was I rewrote it in one night, 25,000 words, submitted it before the 9 a.m. deadline, submitted it, passed out for 12 hours. Oh, the zoom out, I did the exact same thing, but... Oh, yeah. I think I'll put it in a blender when the day comes. Fuck yes. May I also suggest, do I want to say this online, or maybe just send it to you as a DM? With my PhD? Fuck yeah. I don't know if I want to be clipped saying this. No. Like, obviously keep a copy for yourself. Ow. Keep a copy for yourself, but, I was gonna say, take it to, like, a lab or something and say, hey, can you put this in a thing of acid for me? Because I can guarantee you there's very little more satisfying, than watching something that has caused you that much stress, like, and, like, PhD versus Smirnoff destruction proof. Yes, yes. Also, there are destruction rooms in Sydney, and I desperately want to go to one because I've never had the opportunity to be wantonly destructive, and I feel like I would enjoy it. Yeah, listen, the reason I said take it to a lab is because I'm very, very clumsy, and I'm not bringing anything that can cause me that kind of damage anywhere near my house. Because I don't want to wear it. And I fucking will. Good exercise? Yeah, I hope so. One day I'll go to one. Okay. I should wrap up because my ribs are starting to get really, really sore. And I have a very busy day tomorrow. He's just a damaged wood stain. Ooh! Nice. So, like, are you a woodworker? Or, like, a furniture maker? Or, like, I'm sorry if that's, like, two very small substances. My dad, works with wood, as a hobby. So, I'm just curious. Oh! Right, I was going to talk about this really, really quickly. On Saturday and Sunday, I will be running 2 D&D one-shots. I have some lovely players that are jumping into it. And it is basically, this event will be to help me fundraise for PAX, because turns out, in Australia, if you do not have ambulance insurance, and I know in America it's worse, like, I know, but I'm broke. And I'll explain in a second, but turns out that ambulances are expensive. Now, I'm kind of broke a lot of the time, and I had money put aside for PAX and for accommodation and for that. I did not expect to drop $1,000 because I passed out twice and had to take 2 separate ambulances. Also, I'm still not living that down at Fortress, by the way, and I don't, it's not fun. And then I passed out in a Coles, which is a grocery store here, and had to take an ambulance as well. And that cost me nearly $1,000. And that took a big chunk out of my savings. And then I had birthdays that I had to buy presents for. And then I had other shit that I had to spend the money on. So while I have enough to get to PAX and to stay there, it is very, very small. So I'm hoping, and I will completely understand if nobody wants to contribute. You do not have to pay to be here. I'm just, hoping that people might be able to help me out a little bit with it. And to kind of give back in the same vein, any kind of donations made over those 2 days will introduce new effects into the game, such as forcing my players to fail a roll, or activating a new trap, or deactivating a new trap, adding a new trap, or changing up the game as they're playing, and yeah, so that's going to be happening. Let me just get the deets up real quick. Well, every time. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's not my favorite way to spend a day. But I will be fair and say, it could have been a lot worse than it was. But it's still a lot. And yeah, so if you are in Australia, by the way, if you do not have ambulance insurance, get ambulance insurance. Trust me, get ambulance insurance. It's $50 a year. Get it. Otherwise, you will spend $1,000 for 2 trips. Okay, so on the 21st, which is Saturday, we will be live from 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, well, Sydney time. I'll be creating things in the stream. If you are in the Discord, you will be able to see the events for those when I make them. And on the Sunday, we will be live from 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard. Again, there will be tweets about this. I will put out, all this stuff. But it would mean a lot to me if you guys kind of came along and joined me. Even if you can't donate, that's perfectly fine. Because I think it'll be a lot of fun, and it's something that I've not really done before in this design of this dungeon. So I would really appreciate if people kind of came along for that. I will be live tomorrow from 8:30 p.m, which is the same time this stream started, which is about 4 hours ago now. And I will be playing Final Fantasy. And yeah, we're gonna hopefully probably do some MSQ, but we'll see. I do like to get distracted, as all of you have been able to see from me doing this fucking player handbook review. Yeah. it's going to be a full-on week of all the next 4 days, but I'm hoping, you know, it kind of comes together. Yeah, so the big thing that I kind of really wanted to bring up is, and I feel so guilty because I don't like asking people for money, because it's like, you know, you shouldn't have to pay to be here, and you don't have to spend any money. Thank you for the follow, Emo Fawn, much appreciated. You know, I do not expect you to spend money to be here. You never have to feel guilty for not spending money or anything like that. Like, I know some streamers are really weird a bit. I'm good. I have been rambling for like the last 4 hours, going over the 29 pages of notes that I made on the new player handbook, and then getting really sentimental, and then derailing my conversations over and over again. How are you? Yeah, so the what I was just talking about is the event thing. Like, I know some streamers are like, you should, you know, if you can, you should spend money to support the people. If you don't have the money, take care of yourself first, like 100%, you know? Like, you came from the Australian tag, fellow Aussie! Yes! Hello, I am I'll do a quick brief introduction just so you know who I am and everything, because funnily enough, we will actually be ending soon, if I ever shut up. But I am an Australian Final Fantasy streamer. I also run Dungeons & Dragons bi-weekly. Not Aussie, I'm American. Fair. You just like the accents. So I'm on a Final Fantasy streamer who is currently on a quest to 100% that. That's going to be fun. I'm also a professional dungeon master at Fortress on the weekends, and I run a D&D campaign bi-weekly, which I still think is a weird term, by the way, because in Australia we use the word fortnightly to mean, you know, once every 2 weeks. But apparently bi-weekly is a much more common phrase, and that, to me, just feels weird. Like, it feels like it should be twice a week. I really think the new PHB was lacking. Like, it should have changed things, yes, but start from the massive pile you already have, rather than start back from the... Yeah, Hasbro greed. Kicking in. Yeah. My general opinion on this new player handbook is very much that it is for people who have not played D&D before. Not a bad thing, but it just doesn't have... It's not designed for people who've played it before, and it's taken a lot of the individuality out of it. Came back from Brisbane 3 days ago. Hey! How'd you like it? Was it fun? Gosh. I used to live in Brisbane, actually. Years ago now. I could not handle the heat, which is really funny. I'm Australian, alright, and so it gets like 35 where I am. But I'm very sensitive to the heat, and so when the weather was like averaging 35 to 40, I was dying. This is degrees Celsius, by the way. I just couldn't handle it. I just couldn't. So our move down to New South Wales, where it's a lot colder, beautiful. I didn't like Brisbane, fair. I enjoyed Perth more. Interesting. Okay, interesting. That is not a sentence that I usually hear. Usually it is, I preferred Sydney, not because I'm from Sydney, just because it's the place that most people go, because that's where most of our major airports are. So... Very interesting. What did you enjoy about Perth? If you don't mind my asking, you do not have to answer these questions. But yeah, it's the new player handbook. I'm not sold on it. I think that's the core of what I'm saying. I'm not sold on this. And as much as I enjoyed being part of the release party for it, here in Australia, and getting to meet all those people and getting to see it and kind of getting a copy for free because I worked the event, I'm not sold on what it is just yet. And I think it needs more work, and I think it needs... And it seems weird to say this because, you know, Wizards fucking wrote a lot of D&D lore and rules as we understand it. It feels like they need someone who has played more D&D to work on this. A lot of Australians recommended I go to Perth because the people are very friendly, and it's similar to Colorado. I've never been to Colorado. But Australians in general are quite friendly. Not that I said it because I'm Australian. I just find a lot of Australians are quite friendly and very relaxed about shit. As for Brisbane, on the other hand, I had a racist incident there. I talked to a few Aussies about what happened to me, and they were like, bro, that's the entire Queensland for you. Sorry that I'm really sorry that happened. I'm not laughing at the fact that you had that incident. I'm laughing at the Australian response to that incident. Because, yes, I can actually hear an Australian saying that. There are good and bad things about Australia, definitely. There are parts of Australia that I prefer. There are parts of Australia that I will never go to. I will never go to Townsville, not because of the people, but because the cockroaches there are this big. Fuck off. Spiders there can be bigger than my head. I have arachnophobia. That's not happening. Crawford is on record saying the poisonous snake is the most powerful familiar option in 2014, which really makes me wonder what his home games are like, because that's a nuclear take. It is interesting. It is very interesting, actually. What is the most powerful familiar? Like, I don't know all of the new options yet. Again, because I don't have the book open. I just have my notes that I took. And I didn't note down the new familiar options. I'm curious to see what the new ones are. But the cool thing about D&D is that if you're clever, you can get around a lot. They're this big, fuck off. Listen, like, I don't do well with bugs, okay? I just don't. And I don't deal with spiders, which is funny. Like, again, I'm Australian. I think it strongly depends on what the player wishes to get out of it. Yes. Owls usually have much to offer. Yes. Also true. I don't know what I think the strongest would be. Like, let's, just for the sake of argument, let's take magical familiars like Tressums, or like ones that have additional magical abilities that are not present in like rats or snakes or bats or owls. Let's do that, right? And just take it from, if you have to choose an animal that you are exposed to in your area, which one of those baseline animals would be the most useful? I don't know what my answer would be to that, I'll be entirely honest. But I'm now really curious and I want to ask. Add in about a minute. Owl is generally considered the strongest in 2014 because of flyby. The only thing a snake has going for it is the combat stats, but base familiars can't attack unless you have the pack the chain, and the poison snake is weaker than all the chain options. So there's really never any circumstance where the snake shines. Maybe in a political game. Because if you get a poison snake, you have unlimited access to venom. You just do, because that's what they generate. Well, you have unlimited access to poison. And you would be able to transport that familiar past any kind of detections for it, because you could summon and dismiss it. So you could definitely get that into, like, as an assassin thing, you could definitely do it. Also, 10 seconds to the ad. If you missed anything, I'll just go over it when you get back. If you would like, you can sub to the channel, but don't spend money if you don't have to. Sometimes think that an animal's inspected in location is the best when it comes to... Yes. Well, if it fits into the area, definitely. Probably go with a marmot or an alpine ibex. Ibex... ibex the fucking... Are they the deer things? Or are they the fucking bin chickens in Australia? Now I have to look. Hold on. Watch me get flashbanged, because Google does not have a dark mode. Alpine ibex. Oh, okay, it's the goat. Yep. Alright, cool. Yep. Not what I thought it was. Because I was born and raised in Switzerland, came to America when I was 8. Cool. I've never left Australia. I've wanted to, just never had the chance. But that sounds really, really cool. Do you enjoy living in America? Yeah, I don't know what familiar. I think it would, of course, depend on the situation that it's in. And I don't believe there would therefore be any overall best for every situation. I think the stats of the animals sometimes do not support the creativity. Yeah, definitely. People have brought up that you can milk the snake for venom, and there were obscure rules for that in the DMG, but we would need to find a way to incapacitate it without killing it to do that raw, although you could just tie it up while doing it. If it's your familiar, you can command it to be still. You can force it to be still. Also, it is really, really easy to milk snakes for venom. Just saying. Like, don't do it. But it is actually really, really easy to do. Same way with spiders. Not in the current political climate in my region. No, I do not enjoy living in America. Oh honey, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't laugh. But yes, America's political climate right now is fucking terrifying. I love it here. I became a citizen when I was 18. I also get some hate for it too. Like, why did you leave Switzerland for America, bro? Like, dude, get a life and leave me alone. Yeah. Whoever is, like, doing that, obviously there's so little going on in their life that they're, like, they have to find something to hate. No country is better than the other. No, that's a fair thing to say. I certainly prefer certain countries to the others, but, yeah. I'm just saying what the venom harvesting rules say raw. The creature has to be dead or incapacitated. Ah, okay. See, here's the thing. I do this professionally. I don't remember all the fucking rules. Are you kidding me? I will fight this person for you, emo fawn. Aw. A little defender. Okay. My ribs are starting to really ache. And my vision's doing that weird thing where I'm starting to kind of get like the blur on the edges, so I should probably lie down soon. If it was me, I would simply milk the snake for its poison. Yes. I was going to say something. Go. Yes. Okay. Yep. So yeah, I will be live tomorrow night from 8:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time to fuck around and do some Final Fantasy. I may do plot. I may do PvP, where you guys can just like listen to me get really, really tilted. The funny thing is, I get more tilted when I use the VTuber than when I don't. Because I have to be very aware when I'm playing, like when I'm on camera, that I have severe RBF, if I'm not paying attention to it, which is resting bitch face. So I don't, like, I'm not mad. I'm never mad when I'm on stream. But if I'm not careful, my expression falls into this very pissed off expression. And it's something I'm very conscious of when I'm on stream, because I don't want people to think I'm upset about something. And so there's that constant level of monitoring. But when I use the VTuber, I know you guys can't see me. So I can go full goblin mode. Which means I get more frustrated with PvP in a fun way. It's one of those obscure rules in the DMG no one used, like climbing onto the big monster's Shadow of the Colossus style. There probably is a different word for it. But listen, Australians, I love us dearly. I love Australia dearly. We are little shits when it comes to like making stuff up or naming stuff. I'm gonna give you guys a secret, right? For an Australian secret, and you can't tell on me for this. This is like national secret. So if I were to tell you, so say if I were to meet you, right, and like if I went to, let's say, America. Forget political climate, whatever. I meet you in America. I meet you in a crowd of people. And there happens to be a couple of Australians in this crowd. I do not know these Australians. I've never met them in my life, right? And I come up to you, and we're having a conversation, and I tell you about hoop snakes or drop bears, right? And I tell you about them. And, like, yeah, drop bears are fucking deadly, mate. You have to be so careful because, like, you know, they just drop out of trees and can fucking kill you, right? I will tell you, drop bears do not exist, hoop snakes do not exist. Just putting that out there right now. But I guarantee you, if I'm telling you about them, if there is an Aussie that can hear me within fucking anywhere near me, they will back me up and tell you their story of how they encountered it. It is a universal Aussie thing. We are committed to it. It is unspoken rules. I've done it myself. Someone came up to me and asked, this was long before I was doing Twitch, someone came up to me and asked, like, hey, you're Australian, right? Because I was on, not came up to me, they approached me in the, thing I was in the, I think I was using Omegle or something. They said, my Australian friend was telling me, and the Australian friend is sitting next to them, you know, that there was this thing called, like, a hoop snake? Is that real? And looked at their friend like, don't say a thing, don't say anything. I'm like, oh yeah, hoop snakes are fucking deadly, mate. They're so venomous. And, like, you'd think they sound pretty funny, But they can really get some speed when they go down the hills, and you just sell that shit. I did not know that I'm that Australian. I have never seen them again in my life. But that is the Australian law. Had a cousin died. Had a cousin died in her state. Had they tried to introduce drop bears in Scotland, but they were killed off by the wild haggis. Yeah, if you don't watch out, the yowie will get you. Yeah. Best part is, if you don't know how that's spelled, it's a completely different sentence, because yaoi is also a different thing if it's spelled Y-A-O-I. Yeah. But, yeah, that's a very Australian thing to do. So, watching my streams, you are now informed to take anything an Australian tells you about the local native flora or fauna with a little grain of salt. However, we have some bullshit in our history that is so funny. Like the Emu War. That was a real thing. We lost. That is still so funny to me. I don't know how we did. Also, cassowaries. If you guys have never seen a cassowary, people think it's like an emu. It is not. Cassowaries are fucking terrifying. No one believes, like, no one outside of Australia that's never seen one does not believe me when I say this. They're like, they're just pretty emus. What are you talking about? No. Their favorite way of fighting, and particularly killing humans, is to use their little fucking velociraptor claw to unzip a human being. That is a legit thing. That is not me making that. That is not an Australian legend. That is a thing that they do. There's some closest living, yeah, to a pteropoid bird. Fuck yeah, made up stuff like that. But you also have those tiny octopus. Yeah, that's why Australians do it. Blue ring octopus is real. Don't touch them. Blue bottle jellyfish. Don't touch. Basically, just don't touch jellyfish if you can't identify them. Yeah. Red once about a joke. There are a few places where the animals not only try to kill you, but the plants try to outdo the animals. Yeah. You do not want to meet a pteropod. No, you do not. You don't. They're fucking terrifying. And everyone just like, oh, it's another one of those strange things. It's not. Look it up. That is a bird that knows absolutely nothing but hatred. It's terrifying. I've seen one in the zoo. They're bigger than you think they are. And I like made eye contact with it, and I swear to you, if that thing could have gotten out of its pen, I would be dead. That was a creature that does not know love. It does not know peace. It just knows violence. Bird filled with rage and vengeance. Yes. I'm not exaggerating this in any way. Look the fuckers up. They look pretty until they open their mouths. Funnily enough. Like me. No, sorry. Really dumb joke. No, cassowaries are just fucking terrifying. They just genuinely are. And it's really funny to explain that to people. Also, funnily enough, the bigger the spider is, the less likely it's to be dangerous to you. So, huntsmen, right, are some of the biggest spiders in Australia. They get bigger, but huntsmen are some of the biggest. However, while they have a painful bite, they don't really have venom. So it'll hurt to read. It'll hurt to be bitten, but, they won't kill you. However, a spider the size of, like, my fingernail, right? Black widow, red belly, what is it called? Redback spiders. They're tiny. They will kill you in a bite. And they can hide anywhere. You have work in the morning? No, I don't. I have the day off tomorrow. My boss is currently out of the country, so work has really slowed down, so I've only had a couple of days this week, which is also contributing to my financial status. So I don't have work tomorrow. I do have to get up a little bit early, but no. I have stream tomorrow night, and then I have a lot of work to do, but I don't have to get up early for work. They were about 8 feet tall, run at 70 miles an hour, and a beak bigger than a shoe ball store. God, I'm also an archaeologist. That's really cool. I like that. I will fist fight a Goliath bird-eating spider. Eek, have fun with that, man. I will cheer you on from well back here. Yeah, Spiders can eat birds in Australia. They're big enough to do that. Fellow archaeologists. Why have you never told me you're an archaeologist? What the fuck? It's so cool. I try and find soul food for the weekend and D&D sessions. Yes. That is necessary. Like, why would you never tell me that, man? I actually don't know what your pronouns are. Can I just use dude? I use dude as gender neutral. Is that alright? It's not that just they eat the birds. Yeah, they can catch them. That's fine. Awesome. They're smart enough to time. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things in Australia that are fucking terrifying. However, because when you're raised in Australia, you kind of are exposed to these kind of dangers. You get a little bit blasé about it. Like, oh, I know. Rips, right? Now, a lot of people come to Australia, they don't know what a rip is, because a lot of the beaches in the world don't have the same currents that we do. They can. Hawaii does. Hawaii does. But Australia has some pretty powerful currents at our beaches. Now, a lot of people don't know how to identify a rip. A rip is a current. So as all the water goes into the beach, this is where it comes out from the beach. And it is deceptive because it's practically invisible on the water. And it will, if you get in that rip, you do not, even like Olympic swimmers, do not have the ability to fight the rip. The way to get out of a rip, by the way, is to swim diagonally out of it as it carries you away. Do not exhaust yourself and call for help. So do not exhaust yourself fighting it. You will not win. It is stronger than you. Diagonal and call for help. That's the most important thing. But they're practically invisible. But as a child, a lot of us are, as part of a school thing, taken to surf school, where we get taught about what these are and how to identify them. If this is not a foolproof method, and so if you go to an Australian beach, swim between the flags, because people whose jobs it is to identify rips and look after people have marked that as a safe zone, and you can swim between those flags and you will not be in danger from that. But the way to identify a rip is disturbed sand in the water. And, like, that doesn't mean a lot. But for the most part, the beach is actually pretty clear. And in the water, if it is, like, a current of sand, that is usually where a rip is. And it's really hard to tell. Florida, the US, we get the same thing. I caught a shark with my bare hands the other day and people were losing. I love sharks. They're so dumb. I love sharks so much. Like, they're always portrayed as these really, like, sinister creations. And no, they're dumb, they're blind. And the only way they can learn about things is if they bite them. They're so fucking cute. Oh my god, I've been live for a full, like, hour longer than I meant to be. Okay, I should lie down. So, and it's 1 a.m. and I do have things I have to do tomorrow. They're just sea puppies? How could what happen? Me being live for longer than I meant to? Because I don't shut up. That's the thing. Bye. Okay, yeah, so I will be live tomorrow night. Actually, let me just quickly set up a raid. I can't raid on Restream. It doesn't let me. I have to figure it out. Thank you, Lexi, for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay. Normally I would raid out, but Restream is kind of fucking with me at the moment. And I can't, like, I try to click the raid button and it does not work on Twitch, so I'll figure that out for tomorrow. I don't always use Restream. I usually just stream on Twitch, but I kind of wanted to have this on YouTube as well. It's just automatically uploaded so I could have it there. We love a Yappuccino machine. It's a great time. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I will be live tomorrow night from 8:30 p.m. AST. I can try, but it's a glitch in that because it's broadcasting to YouTube as well, it's not letting me kind of set up the raid at all. And I don't want to risk half doing a raid, if that makes sense. So I normally do, but I don't want to break shit. Normally I will go and find somebody. I don't care who it is. I will find someone. to raid. I just genuinely do not think I can do that at the moment. Yes, it seems like it's using YouTube. I'll figure it out. Tomorrow will not have the same problem. I will raid out after. But if you guys could go to your favorite creators and send them some love from me, I would really appreciate that. If Divine Kate is still active, go see her. But yeah, so I'll be live tomorrow, and then on Saturday and Sunday. Oh, Lottie, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I will be live on Saturday and Sunday at 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. Respectively, for a Dungeon of the Mad Mage inspired adventure, and I hope you guys will be there. It will be my fundraiser for PAX. You do not have to give money if you don't want to. I just appreciate the company. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you all for the support. I've had an absolute blast chatting with everybody today. Feel free to come into the Discord, ask me questions about, the player handbook, anything, and I'll probably respond with another rant. So yeah, make sure to drink water, eat food, take your meds, and do not, under any circumstances, lick the demon that you summoned to piss off your neighbors, because as we all know, consent